Yahweh shines the power.
Yeah. Who's the power?
Yahweh Bahashim, Yahweh shines the power. Yeah.
Shalom, Israel.
Shalom.
We're the Israelite School of Biblical History and Practical Knowledge, and we're here on the Shabbat morning class. And I know everybody's going to be rolling in as we go on, so we're going to get the morning prayer started. So, brothers. Barak Yahweh, Bahashim Yahushai, Hahawa, Natanau, Owo, Zayawam, Tawad, Aman.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the light this day. Thanks, so be it. And the light representing our knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. You can read that in Matthew chapter 5, verse 16.
Barak Yahweh, Bahashim Yahushai, Hahawa, Natanau, Rayah, Neyachacha, Tawad, Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the sweet savor. Thanks, so be it. And the sweet savor represents our prayers going up to the Most High. You can read that in Psalms 141, verse 1 and verse 2.
Maji mkonya hajua shalom. Rise in peace.
Barak Yahweh, Bahashim Yahushai, Hahawa, Natanau, Hashabah, Bashalom, Tawad, Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thanks, so be it.
This is Psalms 121 in the Hebrew. Anasha, Ayam Ya, Al, Hahayam, Na'aya, Yahuwah, Isaiah, Yahuwah, Mayahawa, Sha'isha, Shemaiah, Wa'arataza, La'a, Jonathan, Lamawat, Regolia, Yala'ah, Naram, Shasharamah, Yasha'ah, Yahweh, Shemaiah, Yahweh, Tazariah, Nimyah, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'ah, Hakayah, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Halabanah, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashemaiah, Makor, Ra, Yashemar, Nepasha, Yahweh, Yashemar, Hawalakia, Wa'ayah, Ma'aikan, I will Amen.
This is Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Shema Yisrael. Yehovah Eloheinu. Yehovah Echad. Shema Yisrael. Yehovah Eloheinu. Yehovah Echad. Shema Yisrael. Yehovah Eloheinu. Jehovah.
That's Hero Israel. The Lord our God is one Lord.
This is the Lord's Prayer. All right. Abano, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemkah, Jehovah, Melachakah, Bara'ah, Ramazakah, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'aratazah, Korah, Hayah, Bashemayim, Nathanael, Lacham, Kol, Yawam, what's the lock Noah? Chadarat Noah, Kasalat Noah, Chadarat Yenoah, Wala'ah, Tabi Noah, Benesai Yuan, Abo, Havashai Noah, Mayan, Rad, Hayah, Lakad, Hamalakwa, Waha'ara, Wahada, Paharat, La'aywalamim, Aman.
This is Matthew chapter 6 and verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. This is the Ten Commandments. Number 1. La'ah, Yahaya, Lakah, Alahaya, Achayim, Al-Punya.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Number 2. La'ah, Ta'aisha, Lakah, Pasol, Wala'ah, Ta'aibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
Number 3. La'ah, Ta'akwa'ah, Sham, Yahweh, Basharah.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Number 4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Ra, Amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah, Taratazak.
Thou shalt not murder.
Number 7. La'ah, Tana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah, Tana'ah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah, Ta'ana, Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah, Ta'amad, Kol, Asherah, Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Yeshavi, which means be seated.
We're going to call up the first reader. Ash.
That's Christmas. Essential.
Ashariyah, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Banya Sharala.
Asariyah, Sabbath, Yahweh, Banya Shalom, men of Israel, Imagine, Barak,
Yahweh Baal Shem Yahushai Brakatam.
Yahweh, Hashem, Yahushai, Barakatah.
That boy sensation.
That sounds like a song. So we're going to start the Sabbath reading at Genesis. We're going to start the Sabbath reading at Genesis chapter 39 and verse 1. So the first reader is going to read from Genesis chapter 39, verse 1, all the way to Genesis chapter 40 and verse 1. So the first reader is reading at Genesis chapter 39 and verse 1, all the way through Genesis chapter 40 and verse 1. So that's where we started the Sabbath reading at.
God.
All right, everybody there? There you go.
Genesis chapter 39 and verse 1. And Joseph was brought down to Egypt. And Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, captain of the guard, an Egyptian, bought him of the hands of the Ishmaelites, which had brought
So obviously, just recapping from last weekend is that his brothers sold him, right? That envy, and that jealousy toward the love that the father had toward Joseph, right? They had that envy toward Joseph, and that envy led them to where they almost wanted to just murder him, but Reuben stepped in, partially, right, being merciful in a weird way, but right, because if he was being really fully merciful, he would have just said like, no, we ain't doing this. He'd have been the big brother, the good big brother, right? And fully just been like, no, we're not gonna sell our brother to slavery. That don't make sense. That's crazy. That's cuckoo. But his partial way of just being a brother, a merciful man, was what? Just send him into slavery. And right now, obviously, he's been in slavery.
He put him in the hole. Judah
Go ahead.
It was Reuben who put him in the hole, and wanted to abandon him. But then it was Judah who sold him into slavery.
There it is. Yeah, go on. But right, so Reuben put him in the hole, and Judah sold him. Right, Judah been hard from the root of it, right? Judah been hard, but so now we just recapping. Now we fast forwarding, right? And then now this Ishmaelite who he was sold to, these Ishmaelites who he was sold to, is sold him to the captain of the Egyptian army.
Right. Because and then we went through Judah's backstory. The last chapter we went through Judah's backstory. So because he convinced his brothers to sell Joseph into slavery, we see what happened to his sons, right? His first two born male sons died, right? One did evil in the sight of the Most High murked him. The second one, he didn't want to carry his brother's name, so he murked him too. He dropped seed. He did what was against the scriptures, huh? And so that's the penalty, and Judah had to suffer that because that's a portion of his wrongdoings towards his brother, right? So now we're rewinding forward and we're picking up where Joseph got sold into slavery.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, just on that, just to clear that up. What's against the scriptures is him not carrying on that bloodline of his brother.
Right, because in the scriptures, we touched over it. It was in Deuteronomy that if you die, your brother would be to marry your wife and have that firstborn son in your name. That would be your son. Right. In your absence.
Yeah. So the sin wasn't him spilling the seed.
No, the sin was him spilling the seed and not taking the responsibility. He wanted the pleasure, but he didn't want the responsibility. And because he knew that. When you read over the scripture, he knew, it said that he knew that he didn't want to, so he spilled his seed.
Right.
Come.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, who you guys talking about? I missed that.
We were talking about, it's in Genesis chapter 38 and verse, it was verse 4, Onan. Okay, you can start at verse 3. Somebody read that real quick.
Genesis chapter 38 and verse 3.
Yeah, to give the sister a little backstory. Go ahead.
And she conceived and bare a son.
Start at verse 2.
Verse 2. And Judah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite, whose name was Shua.
Okay, so the mother of the children, her name is Shua. Jump to verse 3.
Verse 3. And she conceived and bare a son, and he called his name
So the firstborn son of Judah was Right. All right. Verse 4.
And she conceived again and bare a son, and she called his name Onan.
Onan. All right. So you got and Onan. Jump to verse 8.
Verse 8. And Judah said to Onan, Go in unto thy brother's
Wait.
wife.
Verse 6.
Verse 6. And Judah took a wife for his firstborn, whose name was Tamar.
Mm-hmm.
And Judah's firstborn, Yahweh slew him.
Right. So got slew because he was wicked in the eyes of the Most High. Read.
And Judah said to Onan, go in unto thy brother's wife, and marry her, and raise up seed to thy brother.
Right. So this was the custom that we did. Deuteronomy chapter 25, verse 5 and 6.
Deuteronomy chapter 25 and verse 5. If brethren dwell together, and one of them die, and have no child.
Hang on. Wait for the sister to get there. All right. So read verse 8 again.
And Judah said to Onan.
So you want to precept this with your in Genesis chapter 38, verse 8. All right. Go ahead.
And Judah said to Onan, go in unto thy brother's wife, and marry her, and raise up seed to thy brother.
So this was the custom that we did, right? And here's the precept for them. Where you at?
Deuteronomy chapter 25 and verse 5.
Yes, sir.
If brethren dwell together, and one of them die, and have no child, the wife of the dead shall not marry without unto a stranger. Her husband's brother shall go in unto her.
You see that says? The husband's brother going in unto her. Go ahead.
And take her to him to wife.
And
perform the duty of an husband's brother unto her.
Right. So you're going to perform the duty of that husband in his absence. Todd? Where you at?
Verse 6.
Go ahead.
And it shall be that the firstborn which she beareth shall succeed in the name of his brother which is dead.
Right. So in the absence of the dead husband, that's his child. The brother's going to make a seed with that woman, and that child will be the dead brother's seed. Yes, ma'am.
So basically you're saying Onan didn't want to do that.
That's what we're going to touch on. We're going to read on. All right. So I'm just showing you the precept of where that came from. I paraphrased it, but it's better that you get the precept. Yes, ma'am. That's all. Step aside, Shungla. Shoot what?
She would be his wife, right?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
So any other kid after the first would not.
So after the first child, then the children after would be his kids. Yes, sir.
So it didn't matter if the child was male or female?
The firstborn male. Firstborn male. Go ahead.
That his name be not put out of Israel.
Boom. Go ahead.
Verse 9.
You done?
And Onan knew that the seed should not be hid.
Right. So this is what Onan knew. He knew that. Like, dang, I'm gonna have to go in, and this firstborn child isn't gonna be mine. He was basically, that's vindictive, that's being selfish. Huh? Go ahead.
And it came to pass, when he went in unto his brother's wife, that he spilled it on the ground.
Right. So he did the pleasure that comes with sleep, but he didn't take the responsibility that comes with sleep. Right? Go ahead.
Least that he should give seed to his brother.
Go ahead.
And the thing which he did displeased the Most High.
So the Most High knew his actions. He knew what he was supposed to be doing, but he went against the commandments. So what happened?
Wherefore he slew him also.
No boom. Yeah. Most High wasn't playing. So, but all these things happened to Judah because what? Because he was still being vindictive towards his brother. So this is showing that you're not untouchable. The Most High is going to exact justice on you for the things that you've done. Huh? So now we're at Genesis chapter 39 and verse 1.
Yeah, he read from top.
Genesis chapter 39, verse 1. And Joseph was brought down to Egypt, and Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, captain of the guard, an Egyptian, bought him of the hands of the Ishmaelites, which had brought him down thither. And the Lord was with Joseph, and he was a prosperous man. And he was in the house of his master, the Egyptian.
Go to Job chapter 2 and verse 10. You know, just thinking about it with Joseph, because when you look at just Joseph and everything that he's going through, think about it. He grew up in a good home, a nice household, right? Rich as can be, right? Everything a kid could want and more, right? But then not even just the things, the material things. He had somebody that could give him wisdom, knowledge, but then even show him how to make money and take care of himself, right? So he had all that combined in one. So he had good from the Most High, right? So his upbringing everything started off good.
Yeah.
So there's something that I want to pay attention to with the scripture. Because then, again, just recapping in the sense of understanding that when we read these stories, we got to look at our lives, right? You're coming into the knowledge, you're learning the truth, you get this understanding, right? So I want y'all to be conscious of this verse right here. Read that. 2 and 10.
Job chapter 2 and verse 10. But he said unto her, Thou speakest as one of the foolish women speaketh.
Right. This is Job talking about his wife, because his wife, she what did she do? She
said, curse the Most High and die.
Yeah, she said, curse the Most High and die. Like the Lord ain't with us. Like, forget the Most High, man. Like, she's telling him to cast the Lord to the side. Like, don't have a conscience toward him. Why are you even serving God? Like, we shouldn't even be doing this anymore. Look at what he did. He killed your kids. Right? So she's looking at it for the negative mind. She's looking at the whole experience negative. But look at Job, though. Read.
What? Shall we receive?
He was shocked that she was thinking like that. But there's a lesson in this story. There's a lesson in this story, in this moment where he's having a conversation with his rib, that Joseph understood, and that as we learning the truth and receiving good from the Father, should be understanding. Read.
Shall we receive good at the hand of Yahweh?
And this is what Joseph had in the beginning of his life. He was receiving good. He had everything he needed. He had everything he wanted. He didn't want for anything. He had a good father who was going to teach him the word, right? Teach him how to apply the word, right? That went through battles himself and overcame those battles. And all he had to do was just listen and follow. Everything was good. But we know each and every individual has to go through their battle to what? To prove that they really love the Father. So this is Joseph getting started on his journey. Read.
And shall we not receive evil?
No, read that. Should we receive good?
Shall we receive good at the hand of Yahweh?
Right.
And shall we not receive evil?
Right. Should you not receive the evil in what sense? You having to go through your trials. You having to go through the things to show the Most High that you actually love Him. Right? Like, yeah, and like think about it. It's a duality. You're gonna get the good, but it's like, okay, are you listening to me? Are you following me? Are you happy right now? Only because I'm giving you the good. Like, is it because you got the husband, you got the wife, right? You got the nice house, you got the kids you want, right? You got the car. Is it because you got those things? Is it because of those things? But y'all see what's going on with this verse, right? What do y'all understand so far? You smiling, so I'm gonna start with you.
I'm just looking at basically what I'm going through right now. You know, everything's starting to look good. You know, ribs starting to come back. You know, the Most High's blessing us. You know, we're about to get another apartment and possibly get a car. I'm like, okay, so let me be mindful. Let me watch out. Let me make sure that Yahweh and the foundation, the Word, is my foundation. Let me make sure that remains above all before everything else.
Right. Because things could switch in the blink of an eye so that he could see where he was really at. Oh, Vanessa? Go ahead.
You can't, like, abandon your brother and sell him for, like, 20 shekels.
Right. Yeah. That was pertaining to what Ariel was bringing out. That was when he was recapping. Right now, we talking about, it was good, but that you're paying attention. But he pushed on to the next point. We're talking about like what Joseph is about to go through. Joseph is basically about to, now the Most High is starting to prove him. Have you basically been listening to your dad? Your dad's been teaching you all this good wisdom. You had everything. You ain't really struggling. But have you been listening to the lessons he's been teaching you? What happened to you, man?
Like, he saw that he was going through the trial, and he thought it got strange.
Mm-hmm.
The wife was thinking it's strange because she was like, what happened to all the good?
Right.
And she was looking at it carnally and saw the vain things rather than the spiritual things.
Right.
So in this situation, he's checking her as far as we've been through it. We already had it all. So now it's time for us to show that we love the Most High.
Right.
So we can't be carnal, but we also got to remember that we had it, and then we can always lose it.
Come.
Just on that Job. No, just on that Job chapter 1 verse 21.
Gone.
Just off of what you said.
Job chapter 1, verse 21.
And
said, naked came I out of my mother's womb.
So this is what he realized, and this is what he was pointing out to her. This is what Joseph is realizing. Go ahead.
Gone.
Naked when you came in. Go ahead.
And naked shall I return thither.
Right. You came in with nothing, you're going to leave with nothing. Right? Go ahead.
The Most High gave, and the Lord hath taken away.
The Most High gives and the Most High takes away. Why? It's to try us. That's all. I'm gonna give you the 2024, and I'm gonna take it away, and I'm gonna give you a 2010. You know what I'm saying? 1995. Right? But why? Because it's to try you. Does that new car define you? Does that new house define you? You sleeping in the garage or sleeping on the floor, does that define you? Right? Whether I abound or whether I abase. What did he say? Go ahead.
Blessed be the name of the Most High.
That's what he said. So, Khan, I got children. Khan, I lost children. Barakatah Yahweh. They're not with me, they're with the Father. Khan?
Yeah, so, but Joseph, like we're reading, right? He's about to embark on, okay, is he really Barakatah Yahweh? Or are you just riding off your dad's coattail? Are you going off your dad's coattail, off his spirit, or do you have your own vigor and desire to serve me? And that's where he's beginning to be tried. And that's where we all get to, right? We all get to a point where you've been around for a year, you've been around for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. And he's like, okay, are you still riding the brother's spirit? Are you still riding the elder sister's spirit? Or are you what were you around for? I want to try you. So he's gonna throw something at you, right? He's gonna allow Satan to do his job. Throw something at you and see how you react. Something that you literally didn't expect to happen. He's like, oh, oh. You get shot, right? Something happened in your life and you're like, damn, what the hell's happening to me? Why me? And you tell yourself, why me? Why I gotta be the one to go through this? Why I gotta be the one to experience? Well, there's multiple reasons. It could be a check for something you did wrong, or the lesson. A lesson is to get you to be stronger, right? To help you in the area where you're weak, right? To show you, or to test you, see where you at. Let you see where you at, because he already know where we at. But he wants you to see where you at. Because it's really you. Because the word is like brother was saying the other day, it's the measuring stick. So you get to measure yourself with the word by you getting tried and seeing what level of strength you actually have. And so Joseph is getting to understand his strength through the Most High trying him, or allowing him to go through these experiences that he's having right now. Jump back to the Job 2 and 10.
Last precept, or start from the top?
Yeah, start from the top.
Job chapter 2 and verse 10 from the top. But he said unto her, Thou speakest as one of the foolish women speaketh.
And we see that this woman obviously wasn't focused on the right things. She didn't take her experience the right way because she was going through it with him too. Right? Are you just riding Job's coattail? Right? Are you just riding his strength? Or are you just going off of what he's about? Because why? That's your husband? Or do you really love the Father? Do you really want to serve the Most High? Well, I'm going to try you too. I'm going to get you in a scenario where you unexpected. I'm going to get you in a scenario where it's unexpected, where you caught off guard. You didn't even think this was going to happen. I'm going to put you in uncomfortable positions to where you got to choose. Do I be prideful or do I be humble? Do I listen or do I go off my own perception? Because that's what this woman did. That's why Job said, you speak like one of the foolish women. She went on her own perception.
So you talking like a stupid person.
Yeah, you're talking like a stupid person, a silly-minded individual. Cursed the Most High and died. So she didn't take the experience the right way. Brothers and sisters, we gotta take the experience the right way. We can't get, like we talked about last week, envious, jealous, bitter, right? You can't get deeper in darkness. You're supposed to like fight against it, right? So you're supposed to be able to overcome the evil with good, right? Go to 2 Corinthians 8 and 8. Because this is what the Most High ultimately is doing, right? 2 Corinthians chapter 8 and verse 8. And the reason why I'm going to the verse, going to it like this, so that we can be mindful that these aren't just stories. This is an historical account that our ancestor went through, and the Most High had it written in the Bible so that we can learn from it as we go through uncomfortable situations in our life. Right? As we go through uncomfortable and unexpected situations in our life, right? You lose a child, you lose a family member, you lose a husband, you lose a rib, right? Something that you suffer some form of loss. You're struggling on your bills. You don't know where you're going to eat tomorrow, right? So all these things that like those are things that catch us off guard, right? Like what's some things in the world that y'all experience that catch y'all off guard? In the world, yeah. Good.
I would say kind of lined up with this for my brother. Like, my mom, of course, lost my brother, I lost my brother, and just seeing how she responded versus how I responded. You could tell the difference of acceptance. Like, she even looked at me, mind you, it hurt, but she looked at me funny, thought I was emotionless or not empathetic because I wasn't as taken back as her. But understanding the scriptures, it kind of reset your mind frame about death and all that.
Right.
It was random, of course, and even how he died was why they didn't just
It was drugs. Oh.
you could tell the difference of my thought when she lived this life.
Perception.
Yeah, you know.
Perception of the experience.
It was different.
Both y'all's perception was
It
different.
was a lot different.
Yours was going more so scriptural. Hers was going more toward the emotion. And that was the Job right there, right? Your mom she was in, not saying she was foolish, but she don't have the scripture, so she didn't know how to process it. So she didn't even know how to rationalize the situation. While you was understanding, you had some sort of a level of understanding to be able to rationalize it to where it didn't like totally distraught you.
Even trying to explain it to her, if she wasn't receiving.
Yeah, but it be moments like that. It's tough when it's a moment like that. It's very, very, very tough when it's a moment like that where it's a loved one that passes, and then you have to look at the Bible, and then you're like, all right. People don't want to deal with the reality of the why. You see that, and having to deal with that reality of the why is very tough, because then that means you have to face the truth, and whatever it might be, not just with your example, right? But it could be whatever. It could be a battle you're going through, right? Your house just plummeting, right? Your wife leaving, your husband leaving, all these different things happening. The kids being disrespectful, right? You're low on funds. It's things happening, and your perception starts to be created based on those things happening. What you want to say, Charlie?
I was gonna say, because I was thinking like things in the world, like as far as relationships, when you're in a relationship, you think it's gonna be forever. You're not really expecting the bad stuff. Like like in the truth, you teach that it's not gonna be perfect. You're gonna work through things, but it's like it catch you off guard when a relationship don't work out or something like that, and you probably take it bad, get bitter, go back to the streets. I don't know.
Man, forget this, man.
Right. So that's what I was thinking. Just the relationships in the world will throw you off because you think you're so in love, but it really just be based off of
Nothing.
love
Yeah.
Nothing that's really.
Nothing really that deeply connects you spiritually.
Right.
Like a true experience. Like I got lessons from this individual that can help me grow and help me be a good woman or a good man. You know, yeah. So it's those experiences, those will create your perception, and then now you move forward in life based off of that perception.
Right.
You know, you like a death can recreate somebody's whole mindset to where they become an atheist. So somebody in the morning that became an atheist and stopped believing in God because their auntie died and the church could never give them an answer, right? And he wasn't really, he believed still. He just needed somebody to give him, open up the Bible, say this, you never know this, and this. And as soon as I said this, and this, he was good. But in his mind, he became an atheist, or he became like this woman, foolish. He had created a foolish outlook toward God because his family member died and nobody can give him an answer. Because the church don't really be going through the scriptures. But just showing that, you know, like your perception. And let me ask you this, how about the truth now? What's some things y'all say like that you experienced that were like unexpected?
Sometimes with me it's just like certain corrections that throw me off, or they come out of you not expecting them.
Right.
Just learning how to handle those unexpected corrections when you feel like you know you're doing everything right, and then Most High will like, no, you still got to work on that.
Right.
Just taking that in, but sometimes when you
Like you'll think you're good because you're not doing the carnal things that you used to see yourself do physically.
Right, it's not like the worldly things that I used to do. So in your mind, sometimes you think that you're on the right track, but
I'm on.
you still got stuff to fix.
I'm 1,000 years old, and he threw a little correction. Oops.
Yeah, like,
right? He shocked us.
Yeah.
Like you thought you was good, but it's just showing you that you know. But that's why it's like you can't just expect the good, right? You gotta expect the fact that you're gonna get tried, because there's certain things that's in you that still gotta get worked out that you're not even aware of. Some you are aware of, but you cast it to the side of your brain, and the Most High is gonna have to. He gotta prick it, so he gotta send that sharp speaker to what? To pull it out of you. And you see some cats either and they lose it and they fight with the messenger. Or there's some cats accept it. Like, yeah. You know? And your thoughts is telling you want. Nah, you know. That was true. I did that last week. Yeah. I had that thought 2 hours ago. And you start getting checked for that. But that's because you're not perfect. And that's the thing with Job. That's why he was accepting it. Because he's trying to figure out where. That's the difference between somebody that's in the mind of the Most High. Like, is your perception based off you, or is it based on the Father? Right? In perception meaning like how you look at the world, how you look at life, how you look at people, relationships.
Yeah, like back to the correction. After a while, as time go on, you keep getting corrected. You start to realize like, okay, this is Most High. Like it starts to look spiritual. Not the person that's telling me it's the Most High, because you know he probably was thinking like that. He did say that.
And so at a point, you would look at it like it's the person.
Yeah.
Trying to give you their logic.
Right.
Well, man, yeah. Why is that though?
In the beginning.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's just understanding on why you're trying to be corrected, or why the correction is coming.
Like why you come at me?
Yeah. Or thinking I'm in the right.
Okay.
And not looking at it from a spiritual aspect. But as you start to receive and understand that correction is from the Most High, like he obviously put the spirit on that person to tell you.
Right.
You know, so you start to look at it like that after a while, like, hey. But at first it's like,
Let me ask y'all this though. After y'all know like that, and this everybody, right? I know you talking good. Kind of this question top up. After we know that correction is biblical, why don't the mind kind of snap into it? Like you know it's the Bible verse, you know it's a Bible verse, but then it's like you applying it to the man still. Like what don't snap? Let's start with Zelle. I'm gonna come to you. Well, go ahead, Zelle. You can say it a little louder.
I feel like our flesh doesn't want to accept the correction, although spiritually we know it's right. It's like the flesh wants to do what it wants to do, so it's making it harder for us to grasp the knowledge.
You say the last few parts a little bit louder. Yeah.
My bad. I'll say that it has to do with our flesh.
Yeah, so you're saying like the flesh,
Yeah.
we want to do what it want to do. Okay.
And basically, it's like we need to train ourselves and feed ourselves spiritually to not give it to our flesh.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, but that's exactly what it is. But then, okay, on top of that, I got another question. Right? So, because everybody knows that that's what it is. Then after so you realize, okay, it's a Bible verse that lets you know correction is grievous unto him that forsake the way. So that means you really don't care about the Father if you don't receive correction. But then your flesh coming in and telling you to not receive the correction that you know you need on something that you know you're weak at. Then why are you not trying to fight against it then? At that point, you know it's the flesh, you know it's weak. Then a moment comes for you to practice it, to practice overcoming the flesh, and you realize this is a moment, but you still give in to how you feel. Why is that? Go ahead.
It's like
no, go ahead.
it's like what we went over yesterday. Like for women, you receive that power,
Mm-hmm.
and then you have that pride to think you don't need correction. You're basically going off your own wisdom, and it's like that for men. Like you step into a high place, and then you feel like you know this and that, and then you feel like you don't need correction from this other brother, or you don't need to do certain things. Like let's say I got the wisdom to deal with this, but I still need the counsel.
Right.
That's what the Most High is telling you to do.
So basically, you really don't understand. Because the counselor counsels. So if the counselor counsels, then why not the person that's learning how to deal with issues counsel? Yeah, the counselor counsels.
I think with me, sometimes I used to I wasn't meditating on or being conscious of that today I might get corrected or something might be said to me because I know I'm not there. I know I'm gonna make mistakes. Yeah, so I know that I'm gonna make mistakes and stuff like that. So I'm just like meditating on those things. So when it does happen, it's like it won't really catch you off guard. But when I'm not like meditating on those things, it throws me off.
Okay. Go to Romans 12:21. You can drop it.
That's what you want. That's what you want. Yeah. The good is you want to
Read that.
Romans chapter 12, verse 21.
Mm-hmm.
Be not overcome with evil, but overcome evil with good.
Yeah. Well, that was
that was your original.
kind. Yeah, but in that overcoming evil with good, we.
Because you switched the topic, that's why. You went
You can drop that one. And you gotta understand this, though, is that with everything everybody's talking about, it's just that you gotta understand that the Most High is a power that He teaches in a certain fashion. He don't teach the way the world teaches. He teaches with unexpected, where you're caught off guard, right? But like you said, the key word, conscious, right? This is the mindset that we kind of roll in, even when we're learning the truth. It's Ephesians. Go to Ephesians 4 and 17. Just on what you was saying, China. You said the key word was that we wasn't being conscious. We wasn't being conscious of the fact that the Most High was teaching us, and that when He does teach us, it's unexpected, and that we have to stay in the mind that, like, you got this power, right? Brothers and sisters coming with this mind, I got this power to make my own decisions. And we don't consider the Father and how He wants us to make decisions. So we got a high mind on how we look at ourselves, a high outlook on ourselves, and that thinking that we're superior because we got it all together, right? Or so-called got it together. A lot of us don't got it together. A lot of us came in with nothing to the knowledge, right? There's some brothers that came in, it was decent financially, right? We don't got nothing to stand on and be like, okay, my wisdom is proven to be correct. Nobody has anything like that. Or my knowledge is correct. Nobody has anything like that, right? Because we just read the verse yesterday, the knowledge of wickedness is not knowledge at all. Right? It's not wisdom at all. But this is where the mind be at, even when we learn, when we're in a year, 2, 3, sometimes 4, some people 10, 15 years. Right? This is where the mind be at, even when you're learning the truth. Read.
Ephesians chapter 4, verse 17. This I say therefore, and testify in the Most High,
right,
that ye henceforth walk not as other Gentiles walk,
right,
in the vanity of their mind.
You see that? That's the part right there, the vanity of your mind. Your desire be so overwhelming that it blocks out the Father. It blocks out you having a care to serve the Most High. It blocks out the moment when He's trying to teach you about receiving correction or counsel. That to where like you don't have a care for it in your mind. You're like, this don't apply to me. You're not trying to hear anything that brother or sister is saying because you're like, this does not apply to me at all. Because your mind is it's still thinking about the vain things of the world and how you used to live, and you still accept that type of knowledge.
Right. Because what is vanity? You know what vanity is?
Are you asking me?
Yes, ma'am.
Do I know what vanity is?
Yes, ma'am. When it says not to walk, it says that ye henceforth walk not as other Gentiles walk in the vanity of your mind. What does that mean?
Like my own way.
What you got?
Like shallowly, like it's empty thoughts.
Closer. What you got?
Vanity, excessive pride in or admiration of one's own appearance or achievements.
That's a good definition. There's another definition too. That's going in the right direction. What else?
The quality of being worthless or futile.
So the Most High is telling you that your thoughts, like the other Gentiles, are worthless. So stop taking a worthless idea that you have in your mind and acting like that's going to get and rectify the good situation. Your worthless idea, you said it the other day, your smartest idea, how'd you put it? Your best wisdom got you in the worst situation. It's cold-blooded. You gotta say that slow. The best wisdom you thought you had in your mind, the best idea you thought you came up with, put you in a bad situation. That's the vanity. So the Most High is telling you, put that away. You thought you were wise, but look at the garbage and the filth that you were in. But you smart. You book smart. You street smart. But you still got bullet holes in you. You got STDs. You know what I mean? You're a whoremonger. You all these things that the Bible talks about, but you smart. The Most High, that's why He said, don't walk like that. Because it's useless. And eventually it's going to be the cause of your death. Come?
True indeed, brother. Karma. Yeah, and the issue. But just taking it back to Joseph, now you can go to that Romans 12 and 21. This is what he understood, that he couldn't walk in the vanity of his mind. That all the lessons that he was getting from his father, he was going to be able to use them in his future, in his future experiences. So he understood so long as he didn't allow this to happen to himself, he'd be fine. The Father would look out for him and take care of him. Read that.
Romans chapter 12, verse 21. Be not overcome of evil.
Right? So don't be overcome with evil. So don't let your, like we was using the word perception. You see that? Don't be overcome by your outlook on people, your worldly, carnal outlook, right? You don't love me, right? I don't know, these brothers don't care. He think he know it all. Don't be overcome by your mindset. Man, I know something too. What you gonna tell me that I don't know? Right? Don't be overcome by your outlook. Man, it's not the Most High. You start telling something, it's not the Most High. That's the brothers just talking. He just talking. Most High ain't teaching me nothing right there. I just hit my. All I did was just forget to, save a couple bucks, and that was it. I did that twice. That was it. It's not gonna happen again. Then what? It happened again. Then it happened again. Then it happened again. But it keeps happening again because the Most High, like, you're not bearing witness. And you be overcome with that evil perception because you think it's that man's logic. But Joseph understood that wasn't his father's logic. And we're about to read about his experience and how he trusted in that wisdom that he understood came from the Father. Read.
Be not overcome of evil, but overcome evil with good.
So we're about to read how somebody overcame evil with good. So, but let's jump back to the reading.
God. Genesis chapter 39 and verse 3. God. And his master saw that the Lord was with him, and that the Lord made all that he did to prosper in his hand. And Joseph found grace in his sight, and he served him. And he made him overseer over his house, and all that he had he put into his hand. And it came to pass, from the time that he had made him overseer in his house, and over all that he had, that the Lord blessed the Egyptian's house for Joseph's sake.
Yeah, you see that he was using the wisdom that his father gave him. He used the wisdom that his father gave him, and it exalted him, right, from a lower state, right? He took his time. He was patient. He didn't get frustrated. He didn't have an envious mind, or he didn't have bitter mind towards his brother. He just came from that's a hell of a situation. Like your own blood selling you, and then I'm pretty sure he loved his brothers. He loved his family, but they sold him into slavery, and then he had to deal with that, and the whole time had to trust the wisdom that his father gave him. Hey, thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart. Right? Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart. He had to repeat that in his head till it stuck with him. Right? That's hard. Like, think about the things that y'all going through right now that you're trying to replay that scripture. You're trying to replay that scripture in your head. Then the time comes where you get to apply yourself, and you just do the opposite. Right? Yeah. Everybody laughing, right? You replaying that scripture in your head, and you're like, damn, I failed again. But this man, he replayed it in his head. His father's wisdom was replayed in his head. And he used it. Was it easy? I'm pretty sure it took some work to restrain yourself from going into a negative mind. Because he was human just like us. Right? Joseph was human just like y'all. So, but y'all gotta make sure y'all paying attention to it. Like, I'm reading a historical account, and this historical account is teaching me how to go contrary to how I naturally want to think. Because it didn't just like I know the story kind of is saying like it went from him being into slavery, then it went into him saying the Lord was with Joseph and he was a prosperous man. That's not far fetched. Don't look at it like it's far fetched, like you're not able to go through the situation like Joseph went through. Because that's the issue a lot of times. You doubt yourself. You doubt that you could ever overcome the situation. You doubt that you could ever overcome the mentality. You doubt that you could ever overcome the battle. And that's the issue. And that's why when we read these stories, you don't really make the connection with yourself because you don't see yourself as a fighter. You're a fighter though, right? Think about all the things you done already went through in your life, and you standing here right now being able to speak about it like that's the past. It's all the things that you went through, all the things you used to do, right? Now those things are past. Those are past tense conversations. Now they have residual effects. Right now you're getting rid of the residual effects, the bad habits that it left with you, right? The negative mentality that it left with you. You getting rid of that part. The part that made you pride, it left pride with you. It left anger with you. It left bitterness. It left lying. It left deceit with you. It left lust with you. All those experiences, it left those demons with you. You're not doing the physical, now you're having to kill the thought. Right? And see, Joseph, he was coming from a good situation. Right? But now he having to avoid evil thoughts from coming in. And that takes work. That takes work for you to be able to think pure towards your brothers who literally sold you in a situation to where he could have got raped by men, right? Like our boys, like at this time period with slavery, right? He got raped by men, right? He could have been one of the kids that got the skin peeled off in slavery and used as gator bait. Think about that. All the things that happened in slavery when you're dealing with nations. He could have got sold to a brothel and become a male prostitute. Like all these different things can happen, but he's not meditating, but the natural man meditates on those things. And then that overwhelms you and makes you be like, man, these men owe me in the slavery. Like, and then you think on that and you never get out of the situation. Because nobody's ever looking for the solution. You looking to just give up the emotion and the anger. But he was looking for the solution. Like, how am I going to get out of this? How can I use what my father's been giving me my entire life and what I've been studying my entire life to get out of this situation? Trust in the Lord. Right? Go to Proverbs 3 and 5 real quick. Just real quick. And then jump back.
Proverbs chapter 3 verse 5. Trust in the Lord.
You see that? That's the first thing he understood. That should be like the step one to Israelite solutions. You gotta do what?
Trust in the Lord.
What does that mean though? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
That means you need to have faith in the Most High.
You have to have faith in the Most High. Correct.
Submit yourself to the Most High.
Okay, Con. That's correct.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you trusting in the Lord, meaning anything, like we just went over, anything that we're going through, we always have faith that the Most High is with us to come through and to be our deliverer out of any situation.
Right. And the visual, y'all saying the right things biblically, right? And everything's right, but what's the visual, like in the moment when you like having to like really just do it? Not just like I know what it is that you do. Like, yeah, submit.
Right, because that what you're doing is you're reflecting on what should be done. But let's be honest. If I correct you, what's your first statement? A rebuttal. So is it trusting in the Most High, or is it rebuttal? It's rebuttal. That's not trust. If I told you, hey, I do this, as soon as you rebuttal, you didn't trust in the Most High. If you were corrected to do something, and your first thought was a rebuttal, your first statement was a rebuttal, you didn't trust in the Most High. It's that simple. So he's asking, so what does that mean to trust in the Most High? That means you're trying to train your brain at that moment, shut down. You know what? I'm going to do that. Come. You said go left? Hell yeah, I'm going to go left. Right? It's an exercise, but then when you practice it enough, it becomes a habit, right? And that's where we're trying to practice in trusting in the Most High. So in those heated moments, there is no heated moment. There is no like, I'm gonna get emotional because I'm getting corrected. There is no like, I'm gonna get angry because I don't like what's being said. You know what? I did mess up. Dang, you know what? I feel bad that I messed up. I gotta get checked. I gotta get this. I need that work. You know what I mean? But that's what you're trusting in the Most High. Go ahead.
With all thine heart.
With all your mind. Again, when you're doing that, you're walking opposite of the vanity of the Gentiles. You're putting away your useless thoughts that you want to justify yourself in. You're putting away the useless thoughts of the justification of, well, I don't deserve this. I don't think the brother should be talking like this. I don't think the sister should be talking to me like this. If they're coming from a godly sense, 9 out of 10 times, it's something you need. Whether it be at the current moment or for something in the future. If it's told to you right now, apply it. If it doesn't apply right now at that exact moment, because it's not like we're not omnipotent and you don't get the exact, well, it wasn't this case or it wasn't in this wise, then it's food for the future. Huh? So you trust in the Most High with all your mind. Your first thought got to be like, damn, you're coming from a biblical standpoint. I understand. You're coming from a form of integrity, because that's what it is. The integrity in the absence of everybody. Joseph is applying the integrity. He's upholding the standard that was taught to him at an early age in the absence of everybody. Now Joseph, he's not a grown man. He's 17 years old right now. Yeah, he's a kid. What is it? Genesis chapter 37 verse 2. These are the generations of Jacob. Joseph being 17 years old. So he wasn't even a grown man. He's a year older than you guys. Tom? But he's understanding and trusting in the integrity, keeping the integrity by trusting in the Most High. No, he's 17 right now.
He spent 2 years in prison.
He's not there yet. He's not there yet.
Can you get in there?
No, he's not there yet.
Oh, right.
God.
17.
Yeah, he's 17. But he's trusting in the Most High with all his heart, with all his mind. Right? What does that mean? My way is not right. The way that was shown to me from a biblical standpoint, the scriptures that were shown to me, this is what's right. Again, your smartest idea, the biggest thought you ever thought, put you in a bad situation, right? Because it was without the knowledge, right? So your smartest idea in the wisdom would what? Put you in a good situation, huh? Go ahead.
And lean not unto thine own understanding.
Why are you not leaning unto your own understanding? Because that way is going to destroy you. If you think I'm wrong, why are you here now? Look at your past. Look at the things you've done. That was from what? Your own what? Your own understanding. Con? That was it.
Con. It was one. So we said the word integrity. It was Proverbs. Oh, and this is right here, Proverbs 9:9. So you see that Joseph, just like everybody in here, right? He was learning from his father, his brothers, right? The foundational knowledge of how to be strong, how to be faithful, how to be just, how to be pure-hearted. And this is what's supposed to be happening to us, because if we sit here to learn the things that we're supposed to apply in our lives personally, so we understand that Joseph was a man of integrity, right? He was just, right? So read that real quick.
Proverbs chapter 9 and verse 9. Give instruction to a wise man,
Right.
and he will be yet get wise.
You see that? He was obviously, we know now from reading the story, we know Joseph, so we know he was a wise man. And he became wiser through these experiences, though. It wasn't, because wisdom is the proper application of knowledge. So because he went through the process of trusting and resisting and shut down his mind, he was able to become wiser. It opened up his mind. It opened up his perspective. So now his perception, like we using that word perception, right? His outlook wasn't narrow-minded. It wasn't, like we say, pessimistic. Like the worst is going to always happen. Like I got to panic because this bill and that bill, right? This bill, that bill coming up, my car note, light, house, low on funds. Like these things don't make, this is what becoming an Israelite, a mature Israelite in the spirit is. You don't panic based off of what your eyes see and what your ears hear. You start to you learn about composure, controlling your mind and controlling your spirit so that the situation doesn't like make you bubble up. But he's learning his mind is getting stronger as he's going through this experience. Jail, that being in that slavery with the Ishmaelites made him stronger. Because by the time he got to Egypt, notice it just gave you the substance of what you needed. It gave you, I like that he said he was a child, he was little, he was young. Right? But by the time he got to Egypt dealing with and being sold to Pharaoh, he did what he had to do with the Ishmaelites. He stayed pure-minded, right? He stayed just, right? He used the wisdom that his father gave him, and he said, give
instruction to a wise man, and he will yet be wiser.
And he got tested. Read.
And teach a just man, and he will increase in learning.
And that's the key. He was just. He wasn't doing like weird stuff because his dad wasn't there. Like, oh damn, my life is in the shambles anyway, so I might as well just get deeper into the negative. He didn't do that. He made sure that he stayed clean because he didn't even do anything wrong. Right? His brothers just sold him. He made sure I got to stay clean. That's the only way I'm gonna get out of this situation. I got to stay clean. I got to stay pure. Even though this person's dealing negative and this guy's in the wrong mind, right? He's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. She cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I'm going to stay pure because I know if I stay pure and I deal with this person the right way, I deal with this situation the right way, the Most High is going to take me out of it. Right? And that's the mindset we want to adopt, that Joseph was adopted and is adopting more. Read. So we're going to jump back to the reading. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 39 and verse 5.
You there?
And it came to pass from the time that he had made him overseer in his house, and over all that he had, that the Lord blessed the Egyptian's house for Joseph's sake. And the blessing of the Lord was upon all that he had in the house and in the field.
You see that? He blessed the environment for his sake, right? Because the Most High will give you everything needful in due season. He had to go through the hellish conditions with the Arabs, right? The Ishmaelites. But then now the Most High giving him a nice environment. Quiet and peace. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 6. And he left all that he had in Joseph's hand, and he knew not aught he had, save the bread which he did eat. And Joseph was a goodly person and well favored. And it came to pass after these things that his master's wife cast her eyes upon Joseph. And she said, lie with me. But he refused.
Right? Young brother. He ain't trying to mess with that. Right? He already know. Right? Don't mess with a stranger. Don't mess with a strange woman. His father taught him that. Right? Give a wise man instruction. He had to be wiser. So he got that instruction from his father. Don't mess with strange women.
And shoot, not to even commit adultery. That's a man's woman.
That's right. A man's woman. She's coming at him.
Yeah, she's trying to throw that thing at him. He's like,
So he's like, one, bro, I'm not on that adultery stuff. Two, my papa told me don't mess with no strange woman. So you're doing two things wrong. So he's already able to see through her device. It's to be blamed when the fact that fact that she's married, right?
But see, another good thing also, read verse 6 again.
Verse 6. And he left all that he had in Joseph's hand.
Right, so Joseph, he was busy doing the work. He wasn't occupied, he wasn't idle in his mind, and he wasn't idle in his time. He was busy putting in work. Right, go ahead.
And he knew not aught he had, save the bread which he did eat.
That's it. What does that mean? That means he was busy doing the work, and he wasn't concerned about other matters. He was put in a position to be responsible for the household and the field. That was it. Outside of that, all he dealt with was his bread. Right? When it came to like personal matters, hey, that's that man's household. I'm gonna stay in my lane. I'm gonna stay in my zone. He wasn't dipping and dodging and looking into other things that didn't concern him. Right. Because what happens when you do that, you fall into mischief, Kyle. When you start looking, every time somebody moves a certain way, ooh, where'd it go? Ooh, what's she doing? Ooh, what he doing? You start getting nosy. Yes, ma'am.
You have a question online?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Moses' wife considered a strange woman?
Which one? Or both of them, they were a nation. He had an Ethiopian and a Midianitish one.
Right.
You know what? You sure?
Is it? What's the I guess she said, was Moses' wife considered a strange woman? Yeah, but there was definitely nations.
What do you mean by
but
strange?
What was your what do you mean by strange though? As far as question. Yeah, we're gonna wait for her to respond. Of another nation. Well, I'm gonna hold that question, and I'm gonna get back to you on that question. So we're gonna get the answer for you. I just want to make sure we answer it clear and cut. So I want to make sure we're gonna hold that question, write it down, and then we're gonna get back to you on that, Sister Dinah. Dinah, right? Yeah, we're gonna get back to you. So.
And that question one more time. What?
Was Moses' wife considered a strange woman?
Right. So we want to answer that clear and cut. So we're going to write that down, and we're going to get back to you on that question. But where were we at? Verse 8. Go ahead.
Verse 8. But he refused, and said unto his master's wife, Behold, my master wotteth not what is with me in his house, and he hath committed all that he had to my hand. There is none greater in this house than I, neither hath he kept back anything from me but thee, because thou art his wife. How then can I do this great wickedness and sin against God? And it came to pass, as she spake to Joseph day by day.
But you know what was key in there too, is that he was keeping the commandments, so he was able to be aware. His mind was able to be aware of what was going on around him and what the devil was trying to tempt him to do, right? Because it's like when Satan told Yahushua that on the mountain, I can give you all the things that you want, the kingdom. Think about it, because this is Joseph single. He already focused. He's focused on what he got going on, right? The work that he's doing in the Potiphar's house. So he's focused on that more so than anything. But imagine if he was just given to his flesh. He'd have been lustful. He'd have probably entertained that woman, right? He'd have probably entertained her conversation when the scriptures tell us don't stay with another man's wife. Yeah, go ahead. So you hear that?
Ecclesiasticus 9 and verse 9. Sit not at all with another man's wife.
And Joseph understood the wisdom and the application of that, right? So that you don't what? What we doing? Isn't it?
Nor sit down with her in thine arms.
Right.
and spend not thy money with her at the wine,
Read.
lest thine heart incline unto her.
And that's the part I wanted, like, because he understood that. Like, he understood that he didn't want to play around with that demon, because you start playing around with it, and you start to entertain it, and your mind starts to get warped. His mind started to get warped, but because he was staying true to what he was being taught, whether his parents were around or not, he was able to stay on that straight, narrow path and be able to be like, oh, wait, bro, you're married. First of all, like, why would I do that? You're married, and I'm not that type of guy. I don't want to mess with you. I gotta watch out for that type of woman. And you don't want to do that. And they go to Ecclesiastes 7:26. Because this is what I was trying to show you too. You know, just for okay, Ecclesiastes in the Bible. 7:26.
Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 26.
Mm-hmm.
And I find more bitter than death the woman,
right,
whose heart is snares and nets.
Right. Because she's trying to. Well, this is what she's trying to do right now. Right, Pharaoh's wife. She's trying to trap him. Right, she's trying to get him. She's trying to lay with him because she sees his pure, chaste. He's young, vibrant. Right. Probably was stocky. Probably was built. Right, because he was working too. His dad probably had him working, and then on top of that, he was working with the dang Ishmaelites. Definitely had him working.
Said he was a goodly man. He was handsome. Him handsome.
Right. He was a handsome brother and well favored.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Man, many close, so you know he had style. Right. Read on.
And her hands as bands.
Mm-hmm.
Whoso pleaseth Yahweh shall escape from her.
You see that? Because he's like in a opposite spectrum. You know, like Susanna, she was getting caught up by the priest, trying to entrap her and make her fear, right, and making an irrational decision. Like, let me just do it. I'm trapped. They're the priest. Nobody's gonna believe me, right? She was like, man, it's better to fall in the hand of the Lord. And this is what Joseph understanding, and that's why it's so important. Like just reading, studying. Staying around the spirit and being in this and constantly resisting against the flesh, because then your mind will be conscious. It'll be a quick conceit. You'll know what to do and what to say in the moment and how to deal with the situation, because you're training yourself. You're training yourself to evade these type of things. But it says, whoso feared the Lord, whoso pleased God, shall what?
Escape from her.
Read.
But the sinner shall be taken by her.
And that's why you want to stay away from the flesh, because you'll get caught up in those situations. You'll do the opposite of what Susanna did with those brothers, where it'll be like, oh, let me just do it. Y'all got me. Y'all got me. They're gonna say it's the priest. The priest ain't doing nothing like that. The priest ain't evil. The priest ain't sinning. You probably the sinner. You the woman, right? You the weaker vessel. But she chose to trust in the Father, and that's what Joseph did too. He chose to trust in the Father and understand that the Most High will take him through the situation. Though it may look like it's not a situation he can get out of. But think about it like, don't look at the like, okay, this is somebody that we know biblically trusted in the Father already. Because that's us reading it like we already know what's going on. But read it from a mind of like you understanding you. You understanding how people generally act in this time period. The average person, if they're in a situation where they feel like somebody has more influence, right, than them, they won't say anything. So it's because all these different thoughts come in their brain, right? That make you fear or hesitant, or you don't want to say it, like an evil suspicion just dropping in your brain. Like nobody's gonna believe me because he's a judge. He's a judge with power, influence, right? He outwardly he makes himself look like it's good, but look at him now. Your nerves is not gonna make you. Your fear is not gonna make you actually speak up. So, but he understood that well. I'm gonna trust in the Most High. Because I know if I trust in the Most High, I'm going to escape him. But if I sin, I'm going to fall into death with her. So he stuck to it, though. Just wanted to share that one with y'all.
Yeah.
What you going to say?
Oh, that is in Proverbs too.
Well.
It's about a strange woman.
Oh, no, we're going to wait on that one. To give him a clear cut answer. We're going to wait.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, we're going to wait.
No, it's all good.
Kind. Go ahead, we're going to jump back to the reading.
Genesis chapter 39, verse 10. And it came to pass, as she spake to Joseph day by day, that he hearkened not unto her, to lie by her, or to be with her.
So this wasn't just a one-time occurrence. It wasn't like, oh, okay, resist the evil, and okay, today, yay. No, it said, and it came to pass, as she spake to Joseph, day by day. Every time I gotta go to work, this chick always hitting on me. Right? Starbucks chick always coming to talk to me. Right? But he didn't sell out. He didn't sell his soul for a Starbucks discount, did he? Talking about a brother tomorrow.
Yeah, my bad. Mine was on what we were talking about with Joseph, not the Moses stranger.
Oh, go.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead. What you got?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Proverbs chapter 5 and verse 3. It says, "For the lips of a strange woman drop as a honeycomb, and her mouth is smoother than oil."
Right. She's trying to talk something sweet to him.
Wow.
Right? But you can't be fooled by that. Because what is the price? What's the ultimate price? We touched on it. It was Proverbs chapter 6 and verse no. You ain't gotta go through it. But the end is hell. You know what I'm saying? The end all be all is hell. Or you're gonna piss off the husband, and that's what Proverbs chapter 6 and verse 25 through 30 come in. What you got?
Oh, no, it goes on.
I'll keep going.
It says, but her end is bitter as wormwood.
Right. You have a sweet beginning and a bitter end. You get hit with clap. You get hit with the hippocyphalic gonorrhea. You know what I mean? Go, what you got, China?
No, the scripture you're talking about was Proverbs 6:34.
Yeah. The jealousy, that's what it leads in. It can go into. Come. And now you got to feel that wrath. Right?
Yeah, you got to feel that wrath of that jealous man. Right? And Joseph got a taste of that. And he ain't even do nothing.
Nothing. We're going to getting into that.
Come on.
Jumping into it. Well, go ahead.
It says, sharp as a two-edged sword. Her feet go down to death. Her steps take hold on hell. Lest thou shouldest ponder the path of life, her ways are movable, that thou canst not know them. Hear me now, therefore, O ye children, and depart not from the words of my mouth.
Right, so you got to pay attention. You got to, basically it's telling you to wake the hell up, because if you get caught up messing with some trim all the damn time. If you get caught up off the lust of your eye, right, it's going to put you in a bad situation. John? That was it. Was it?
It's still going to it.
Well, we're going to go back to it. But you see what happens if you give yourself over to it, huh? Okay, go ahead.
Genesis chapter 39 verse 11. And it came to pass about this time that Joseph went into the house to do his business, and there was none of the men of the house there within. And she caught him by his garment, saying, Lie with me. And he left his garment in her hand, and fled and got him out.
Right. He left. He ran away from her. He ran from her like it was a serpent. Huh? That's what the scriptures talk about. Flee evil as if it were a serpent, right? That's what he did. Go ahead.
And it came to pass, when she saw that he had left his garment in her hand, and was fled forth, that she called upon the men of her house, and spake unto them, saying, See, he hath brought in a Hebrew unto us to mock us. He came in unto me to lie with me, and I cried with a loud voice.
So now she's trying to fabricate the situation, because she didn't get what she wanted. Now she got to lie, and that's what happens when people get that 50-11 demons on them. Ain't no telling. When they don't get satisfied in the flesh, they start getting. That's that demon possession right there. They start getting out of pocket. They start talking with you. Tom? Go ahead.
Verse 15. And it came to pass, when he heard that I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me, and fled and got him out.
Right, so what she's basically saying is, like, Yeah, he tried to grab a hold of me, but then I started screaming, so he ran and he left his coat right here. Yes, ma'am.
It's making me think of being the fact that he actually ran from her, he didn't care about his clothes being ripped off. It made me think that she thought, oh now maybe I took this too far, and he gonna run and tell somebody what I'm doing. She kind of just beat everybody to the punch. Like,
Yeah.
let me go ahead and say what's with it. That every time I hear that, I think
She's scheming.
she probably thought he was about to tell her.
Yeah, that's a good perspective too.
Yeah, she got so deep into it, she got so deep into it, she like, damn, Potiphar like him too, man. Potiphar gonna believe him if he say it. Knowing he gonna say it. Because he definitely gonna tell on him. He's like, man, I've been walking by like every day, man, just keep bugging me. I was saying, no, and then she just tried to get me this time. She know Potiphar gonna believe him, right? Because he's gonna tell the full detailed story. The Most High with him, right? So he's gonna listen. But she's like, I gotta beat him to the punch. And that's why she knew she had to beat him to the punch, because she understood that what? She gonna lose her position. Power. She gonna lose her position in power, right? And then who knows what type of check he got for her, right? How the Egyptians deal with him, but she understood that, so she was plotting and planning. But that's what I was thinking about too. Was like I was thinking about what you were saying too, because I was playing as I was riding up here, so that popped in my brain, and I was also thinking like how when you like you said you got 50-11 on you, and then you just start creating stories, and she over here gassing herself up to believe the story so much to where she like lying on the bed with the cloth till the husband comes. Like she's a woman in what do they call that? Desperation? Distraught. Like a woman in distraught. Like a movie like damsel in distress. Yeah. That she over here playing that role. Like a damsel in distress. But she ain't in no distress. She created stories that she believing now. So he's mocking us. He ain't doing nothing. Like and what's so crazy? On the man aspect, that's why wisdom's so important, because he wasn't even like trying to process the situation. He didn't examine the whole matter. He didn't like see his perspective or like what Joseph actually thought or what actually happened. What happened? He just went off the emotion. He ain't trying to understand. She's trying to come at me. He didn't see any other perspective. So it's like you got to be very, very careful with scenarios and just dealing with people, and that's why wisdom literally saves you. You got to see that that's the power of wisdom. It saves you. And we're going to read on, and we're going to see how it did it for him. But, come on.
Verse 19. And it came to pass, when his master heard the words of his wife, which she spake unto him, saying, After this manner did thy servant to me, that his wrath was kindled. And Joseph's master took him and put him into the prison, a place where the king's prisoners were bound. And he was there in the prison. But the Lord was with Joseph and showed him mercy, and gave him favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison.
See that? The Lord was with him. It told you right there. He was with him though, so she could, even though she tried to overcome him, he overcame that evil with much good. See that? So, now go ahead.
Verse 22. And the keeper of the prison committed to Joseph's hand all the prisoners that were in the prison. And whatsoever they did there, he was the doer of it.
Man, made him a trustee. Yeah.
That's high position up in there.
That is. Were you a trustee? Yes, ma'am. A trustee. It's where you're a prisoner. It's where you're a prisoner inside the jail, but you get certain amenities, right? You get privileges. You get to be out your cell more than everybody else. You get extra trays. You get extra food, right? You might get to be the one that in a lockdown, right? Everybody got a lockdown except you. You're the one cleaning up everything. You get to turn on the TV. You know what I mean? Everybody yelling at you. Hey, put it on channel so the game is on. Yo. You that person.
He's throwing his music. He dancing on the tables.
Yeah. But why was he put in this position? Because his ways please the Most High. Even in the face of adversity, he still maintained his integrity. Right? So he got that trustee position. Right? He got to tell people, as a prisoner, he still got to tell people what to do. He still held a position of authority. Go ahead.
Verse 23. The keeper of the prison looked not to anything that was under his hand, because the Lord was with him, and that which he did, the Lord made it to prosper.
Look at that. It's beautiful. Like everybody acknowledges, dang, this man is blessed. You know what? I ain't got to double check his work. Why? Most High is with this man, bro. I don't even know why he's here, but you know what? We're gonna keep him here. Let's prosper. Let's do the jailhouse rock, right?
And then the Egyptians, they probably already knew how what's her name? Bathsheba? That was her name? The wife. What does it say? The wife.
Master's wife. Master's wife.
The master's wife. They already knew how she was. She probably was already like moving around, messing around with dudes. Probably was trying to mess with some of them. Right? So they already kind of knew how she was. So they like, and then they know Joseph. And Joseph didn't even do that. Joseph couldn't have done that. Joseph couldn't have done that. Like, come on now. Like, Joseph ain't that type of guy. He don't mess around with women like that. He ain't even focus on that. He be working hard. He's a nice young man. You're probably saying that, right? Cause you know that be happening in the world. You're not like the other guys, right? You're different. Y'all don't be having that. They should be hitting out. You're different. You're not like the other guys. Like that's an insult first and foremost. But they do kind of notice the difference though. So you know, so that people could definitely see that difference. But it's an insult, but compliment at the same time. What's this gonna say? Hellas.
Yeah, in the movie, like, and just reading through this, I'm not saying it was innocent, but
Yeah.
you can clearly tell he was fake.
Right.
Seeing the movie, you know, it just made it seem like he was performing like a old part.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's kind of what I thought though. 2 hours. I went on big. Look up the movie, the cinematic one, right? The cinematic version. Yeah, the cinematic one. He definitely seemed like he was going through it. Got the scruffy beard, rats over there. He keeping his focus based off because he's messing around with one plant. He nurturing that plant, so they had that all in the movie. So yeah, they was trying to make it seem like he was going through it. But he was definitely going through it. Let's say that because he didn't want to be. Who wanted to be in prison? Nobody. He didn't want to be in no prison, but yeah, that's a badge of honor for some cats. But Joseph, righteous man ain't gonna want to be in that situation, right? He gonna want to be out there with his family, building his people. So he definitely don't want to be there. But yeah, it wasn't too hard.
Oh no, I was gonna. So y'all gotta note this one, because it's going around that you can commit adultery with a heathenistic woman, with a heathen woman, because they're not Israelites. So this whole thing is like we only keep the laws when it comes to Israelites, but when it comes to other nations, we don't gotta keep the laws. Right? This is that instance to show you like when we were given the laws, we're a light to the world. So we weren't supposed to now, I can commit adultery because she's a heathen. That don't make any sense. That's not biblical. That's not in the law of Most High. 1. 2, yeah, Moses, you said it earlier, Moses had, his wives were strangers. They were women of other nations. But the Most High allowed that. You know what I mean? What else do you have on that? That's the answer to that. You guys had it right from the door. Which is what? He did. He had women of other nations. The Most High allowed it. And when Miriam tried to open up her mouth about it, he checked her and was like, look, who the hell are you to speak against what I okay? So if you have further on that, you can respond to that. But yeah, he definitely had women in other nations. Like you said, the Midianite and the Ethiopian. Yeah.
Just that verse on how we know it's a sin with Genesis 39.
How we what?
How we know it's a sin to sleep with the heathen.
Right, to sleep with going back to the heathen. Joseph not sleeping with.
Joseph not sleeping with Pharaoh's wife.
Right.
He called it a sin against God.
Right. Read that part.
Genesis chapter 39 and verse 9.
Go ahead.
There is none greater in this house than I.
Right.
Neither have he kept anything from me but thee, because thou art his wife.
Right.
How then can I do this great wickedness and sin against the Most High?
There you go. So you gotta watch that, man. There's a lot of brothers that are motivated by the flesh, and when they get the truth, they try to get around the things that they're supposed to change, and that's where that comes from, right? Above all, here comes my foul mouth. They're idiots, right?
That was harsh.
That was harsh, wasn't it? Yeah. And so here I go with my foul mouth. They were idiots. They were wicked. So the Most High is showing us that we weren't supposed to do those things. But you got a lot of people that want to do things in the flesh. They want to keep doing the stuff they're doing in the world, so they try to engraft those things. Adultery is adultery. That's why the Most High checked David. That's why the Most High killed David's child, because he slept with a heathen's wife. It didn't matter if he was a heathen, right? So just to throw that one out there, because you're going to see it online. They're saying you can sell pork. Yeah, you can sell pork to heathen, because they're taking the scripture to where it says you can give them defiled meat, where you can give them dead stuff, right? We got to understand that we were supposed to still keep the laws, right? So no, it wasn't just because you could sell them roadkill. That didn't mean that you can have you can start having sex with your wife. Like you're going to go into just breaking all the laws of the Most High, right? Go to Deuteronomy. What is it? 6 and 4. Wisdom and sight, or 4 and 6? I always get those. Wisdom and sight of the nations. 4, right? 4 and 6. Let's go there. 4 and 5.
Deuteronomy chapter 4 and verse 5. But ye that did cleave unto the Most High your power are alive, every one of you this day.
Right.
Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments.
Right.
Even as the Most High, my power commanded me.
Right.
That you should do so in the land whither ye go to possess it. Keep therefore and do them.
Right.
For this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations.
So y'all see that? This is your wisdom and understanding in the sight of the nations. So you can check that off your... Here I go again with a biblical verse. Dumbass list. Right? There I go again. Right? Dumbass. That's in the Bible. Because that's what our people try to do. They try to engraft that and to keep breaking the laws of the Most High. Right? You gotta, it's stupidity going around. And it's because a lot of these new people want to claim to be Israelites, but they want to keep doing the old things they were doing in the flesh. Right? Which is what? Fornication, which is adultery, which is you got the smoking weed. You got like literally you want to claim to be an Israelite, but do all the things that the heathens do. We weren't supposed to do that, right? So where's the other one? 1 John?
1 John 4:4.
Go there real quick. So, yeah. Oh, what does sister say?
She said, although the Most High allowed it, I was just wondering why Moses would do that, knowing the Most High said not to do it. Just looking for some insight on that part.
Well, first of all, Moses had the Midianite before he even knew. Right? Let's get that right. The Midianite sister. He had her before he even knew the laws. Right? Remember, he grew up as a what? As an Egyptian. He found out he was a Hebrew. Right? So that's one point on this. Two, the difference is this. When Moses got the Midianite, the Ethiopian wife, he wasn't going to let the Midianite and the Ethiopian wife run him and tell him, oh, it's time to serve Baal. It's time to serve other gods. It's time to serve other deities. It's time to give your children over all these false things. Right? So the Most High knew the heart of Moses. Remember, he said he was the meekest man. Right? The Most High knew what was in Moses. So that's why he let him do it. And he didn't say, listen, all right, you're finna drop these 10 commandments plus to the nation. Go ahead and cut off these women. He was okay with it. Why? Because that's the Most High. He can do that. Right? The Most High can move like that with certain men he dealt with. Right? And then he told everybody else, nah, you're not going to do it. Because he knew the heart of what was going to happen to Israel. Right? So that's why he did that. Now, that being said, we know the law. We know what the Most High told us as Israelites. Because you don't think like that. Our people don't think like that. We know that. Why? Because you do it with Israelite women. You bend and vow to Israelite women that what? You can't control, right? That you give your strength to. So if you do that with Israelite women, imagine if it was okay with heathenistic women. First of all, you'll have all Israel dealing with heathen women. Because you'll go get the most silent, docile, heathen woman. The one that ain't going to talk back. Right? You're going to go all the way. I see this little YouTube. She said you got to go to China and you can't go to the city. She said you got to go to the rural parts. She said those Chinese women over there were raised around cattle, and she said they're beautiful over there. That's where you got to go. She said they ain't worried about all these other things. You would be doing that. You'd be going all the way to these other countries and getting these heathenistic women. And where would our women be then? If you think they're bad now, it would be worse off. So, Most High is like, look, y'all are not to do those things. Right? The Most High, his will is his will. If he wants him to do that, Moses to do that, he's okay with that. He didn't check him, then everybody got to shut the hell up and roll what the Most High said. Right? Hell's in the Bible too, y'all. I'm going to do this to make these simple-minded brothers and sisters look dumb as hell. Because hell's in the Bible. Dumb is in the Bible too, y'all. Actually, he called you stupid. Right? That's what the Most High is showing us, that the stupidity, right, of Israel, we have to learn what the scriptures say and not what your own mouth is telling you or your own mind or Christianity told you. Right? Okay, so come back. If you have a continuance with that question, sis, just come back later, all right? All right, but yeah, we gotta understand what the Most High wills, no person can unwill, right? How do we know? Because Miriam was turned leprous just for running her mouth about the woman. So that shows you right there that the Most High was with it. All right. Wow. Okay. All right. Go ahead. Let's go on. So y'all getting this Joseph thing, right? They're definitely hitting on a lot of points in here. The Joseph thing is beautiful. I wanted to say the word we always use, integrity. Joseph had integrity. He wasn't going to let this woman sway his integrity and in the moment overcome him. He wasn't ruled by his lusts, right? And that's what Joseph is showing us. He wasn't ruled by the physical, right? Because he had many opportunities. He was ruled by the laws of the Most High that was written in his heart, right? Because the laws weren't there, right? But it was written in his heart, yeah.
About Moses' situation, wasn't he married to his wife before he knew the law?
I just said that.
Oh,
Yeah. I said exactly that. Yeah. Before he was given and sat down with the angels, he was already with her. Yeah, exactly. All right. What else? You got something?
This was just on the one that you was talking. The point you was talking about, but it being with David, it not being okay with the sleeping with a heathen's wife. Just showing you that the Most High was displeased with David when he had Uriah sent to the front of the army,
right,
and died. So this is 2 Samuel 11 and verse 27. 2 Samuel chapter 11 verse 27.
Come on. 2 Samuel chapter 11 and verse 27. And when the morning was past, David sent and fetched her to her house.
So basically, Bathsheba, she mourned her husband, Uriah the Hittite. David sent her in the front of the army so he could be smitten and die, so he could cover up his actions, his deeds. Read.
And she became his wife.
Right, so now he's marrying her. Read.
And bare him a son.
Right, and bear him a son. Right. Read.
But the thing that David had done displeased the Most High.
But you see, the Most High wasn't okay with him. Right there. He's showing that the Most High was not okay with him dealing with a heathen's wife. Then creating a whole plot to murder the man. And then, because think about it, look what he did. Nothing good. It didn't create a good mentality for David, because everything that's in the Bible, right, is to teach us how to build a righteous, and like you use the word integrity, build integrity within you. But this didn't build integrity within David. It perverted him in a little bit. It perverted him to where now he led this man to murder. Somebody that loved him, that cared for him, that would die for him. He got him murdered. But it's showing that the thing didn't please the Most High. Just another scripture, just with Genesis 39 and 9, just showing that what the Most High ain't pleased with you sleeping with a heathen's wife. So,
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Genesis chapter 40 and verse 1. And it came to pass after these things that the butler of the king of Egypt and his baker had offended their lord, the king of Egypt.
All right, was that it, first brother?
Yes, sir.
All right. Go ahead.
Asa Shabbat Shah, Yahweh Ban Yashala.
Asa Shabbat Shah, Yahweh Ban Yashala. Imagine. Right.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai Barakathum.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai Barakathum.
She said very
knew would be. I have a much better understanding. Didn't know about Moses being with the strange woman beforehand.
Right. Right, exactly. Yeah, and we can get that scripture for you also as well. But put the story together, all right, and you'll see that he was already with her before that happened, all right? Right, all right, go ahead, read out.
Genesis chapter 40 and verse 2. And Pharaoh was wroth against 2 of his officers, against the chief of the butlers, and against the chief of the bakers. And he put them inward in the house of the captain of the guard into the prison, the place where Joseph was bound. And the captain of the guard charged Joseph with them, and he served them, and they continued a season inward. And they dreamed a dream, both of them, each man his dream in one night, each man according to the interpretation of his dream. The butler and the baker of the king of Egypt, which were bound in the prison. And Joseph came in unto them in the morning, and looked upon them, and behold, they were sad. And he asked Pharaoh's officers that were with him in the ward of his Lord's house, saying, Wherefore look ye so sadly today? And they said unto him, We have dreamed a dream, and there is no interpreter of it.
Right, so we always talk about this, but this is what we always have to remind Israel, that every moment in your life is going to reveal something about you, where your mind is, where your thoughts are, right? We have to understand that how you're going to deal with situations. How are you righteous? Do you have integrity? Are you pure-minded? Right? I missed the beginning of this. There was a lot to touch on, but the thing is that every moment it was to reveal where Joseph was. Right? All these different people are revealing everything, and it comes down to you as a righteous man, as a righteous woman, how you're going to function in the spirit of the Most High. Or are you going to let the world drag you into this mind, right? And then use the world as an excuse. I became wicked because the world made me wicked. I became wicked because how you dealt with me. That's why I changed from being righteous, right? And that's why that Romans 12:21, be not overcome with evil, but overcome with evil with good, is very important. That the scriptures say we walk in the midst of a crooked and perverse generation. So we have to understand that wickedness is on every side. If you don't have integrity, you're going to be dragged into every little moment that is going to really darken your soul. And a lot of brothers and sisters got too many excuses. I tripped and fell and this has happened. I tripped and fell and this happened. Right? You made me wicked. Right? I didn't put the other one. Well, the other one I asked for, the 1 John.
Oh, 4:4.
Yeah, go to 1 John 4, verse 4. I didn't pull that one. Go ahead.
1 John chapter 4, verse 4.
Go ahead.
Ye are of the Most High, little children,
right?
And have overcome them.
See, that's what we're supposed to be showing, that we're of the Most High and we have overcome them. See, that's what Joseph is showing. We are the Most High, we overcome them. But you got too many Israelites that talk, that want to act the part, but not really walk the walk. And that this is the problem, is that every defining moment in your life, the Most High is going to prove. Or rather, let me say it correctly. Satan is going to show the Most High whether you're fake or phony by putting you in these predicaments. Right? And it's going to reveal what type of woman or man you are. Right?
It was in that conversation. The conversation we had the other day.
Yeah.
That council, like, that's why evil's there. To try you to see if you're really about the word or that evil.
Right. Exactly. So we're supposed to be the lights. We're supposed to be the difference. We're supposed to be showing them that we're separate from them. Go ahead.
Because greater is he that is in you,
right,
than he that is in the world.
So is he in you? Is Yahweh Shai, the mind, the spirit, the Most High in you, walking and moving within you? So this is something that we got to remember, that brothers and sisters, the trial in the furnace that you're going to be put in to reveal what type of individual you are, right? So now you got another instance, another chance coming about with Joseph. And every step of the way, and how many chances do you get? How many chances do brothers and sisters get to show, okay, look, the Most High is going to be lenient on you? Now, Joseph was a righteous man, right? Because righteous men fall into temptations too. But they are not what? They what? So we go through temptations too, but what happens between the righteous and the wicked? They don't fall into the mischief, right? A just man falls 7 times, will rise back up. But the wicked do what? So it's going to show what you are if you keep falling into the mischief. Because you're drawn away by your own what? Your own lust. So, what did I tell y'all the other day? We don't have to, this isn't some esoteric thing, like some crazy, like, how do you know? And how do you know if your spirit's really, you get people that ask that. How do you know if your spirit is really into this? Well, your actions will show. You're going to deny the flesh, you're going to deny the old man, and you're going to walk the walk. You're going to fight. Are you fighting? Or are you giving in to every wicked moment? Right? You got to ask yourself that, man. Every wicked moment you're going to fall? Wait a minute. You're not, he's not greater in you. He's not greater in you. That's not the greater part of you. The flesh is the greater part. So you got to go back and remind yourself, dang, what am I really here for? Right? Am I here to serve the flesh and sit around, brothers and sisters, and still continually do fleshly things? Or am I really here to serve the Father? Right? Go ahead. Jump back.
Genesis chapter 40 and verse 8.
Mm-hmm.
And they said unto him,
mm-hmm,
we have dreamed a dream, and there is no interpreter of it. And Joseph said unto them, Do not interpretations belong to the Most High?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me them, I pray you.
Right. Now, let me say this. Also, you said Moses was raised like an Egyptian. Okay. Right. I thought Halam got a point here. So, Moses knew his mom, right? And I'll expound a little more what my point was on that. Was that Moses was raised around Egyptians, right? Yes, he knew his mom, right? Yes, he was told he was a Hebrew, right? But you're still raised around Egyptians. And that was my point, that there was no law for him to be like, look, don't do these things. Or else, then we're going to get in this conversation, did he break the law that his mom was telling him, right? You see that? So we're not going to go there because that's, you're trying to fill in the blanks of the Bible, right? You don't want to do that. But Moses, he obviously didn't think it was a problem to deal with these women because where he was raised around. So, yeah, Tawada for that, because I want to make sure I'm clear what point I'm trying to bring out with that Moses situation, was that he was raised around Egyptians. He was raised in that environment, right? So what is he going to go with? He's going to get what? Women that was around him. And that was okay to him, right? But there was something else in there. If he knew he was a Hebrew, if he knew the Most High, he also knew who was the true power, right? And that he wasn't going to let these women go back and serve, push him to serve other gods or other deities. So, the water for that, huh? All right. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 40 and verse 9. And the chief butler told his dream to Joseph. And said to him, in my dream,
right?
Behold, a vine was before me. And in the vine were 3 branches. And it was as though it budded. And her blossoms shot forth. And the cluster thereof brought forth ripe grapes. And Pharaoh's cup was in my hand. And I took the grapes and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup. And I gave him the cup. And I gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. And Joseph said unto him, this is the interpretation of it. The 3 branches are 3 days. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up thy head and restore thee unto thy place.
Now, I know when we look at this, we're like, man, the vision. He was given the vision, right? But are we looking past that? What is the Most High showing us with this man, Joseph? That because he was in the spirit, he was in tune with the Most High, right? The scriptures say that his senses are exercised. See, man, I missed that whole part at the beginning and I didn't want to. But when you look at Joseph, the Most High is showing you, if you're in the spirit, what's going to constantly be at your service, right? The knowledge, the wisdom, right? The insight. That's why, go back to Wisdom of Solomon 1. There's so much we can get from this. If Joseph would have let this moment taint him, if he would have took that moment and actually slept with that woman, right? If he would have took the moment and let his brothers, the situation he was going through with his brothers, weaken his integrity, his spirit, his pureness, right? He wouldn't have access to the Spirit of the Most High through any of this. And y'all said it earlier. A lot of people, it's like the Spirit abandons you because you abandoned the Spirit of the Most High. And you quoted what he had said earlier about making the perfect wrong decisions. Right? Watch, read that. Wisdom of Solomon 1 and 2.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1 and verse 2. For he will be found of them that tempt him not.
See? Like, Joseph isn't playing Israelite. He isn't playing with the Spirit. He isn't like, oh, I'm throwing on the robes, but inwardly, I'm a raving damn wolf. And this is what we have to understand, that the Most High, remember this, sees us. That's why you're going through what you're going through, right? That's why the Most High dragged you through the mud. This is why your mind can't click and grow. You're like, damn, why can't I pick up on the Spirit? Why my memory of the Scriptures is not there? Why can't I put the precepts together? Why can't I make the right decisions in life? Right? Because you're still in the flesh. You're still fleshly. Y'all got to remember, the flesh cannot be pleased. You're motivated by the carnal. And that's why the Spirit can't enter, and then your decisions are wrong. Your actions are wrong. Your judgment's wrong. Right? And it's all revealed with what? Your integrity. Right? It's all revealed. Right? In these moments. Go ahead.
And show himself unto such as do not distrust him.
Did you see that? So I keep saying Moses. Joshua did not distrust him. Joseph. There I go. Sorry. Right. Joseph, Joshua, and Moses did not distrust him.
That's right.
Look, go ahead.
Psalms chapter 25.
Hold on.
Oh.
Hold on, bro. You ain't even let me finish.
Oh, my bad.
Let me finish, and you're going to come in right after. Go ahead.
Verse 3.
Uh-huh.
For froward thoughts.
For what?
For froward thoughts.
See, this is why you can't let negative taint you. This is why you have to understand making excuses to feed the flesh is not going to help you. Right? All things are lawful but not expedient. Right? You can't make excuses. Well, I was going to take her to be my rib. Oh, well, the nations, they're wicked anyway. Right? Yeah, Esau's going to be done away with anyway, so I can do all kind of defiled things with the nations. Right? Then next thing you know, you get a nation woman, and she wants anal, and then what happens? It's lawful with her, right? You're saying everything is lawful to do with a heathen. See, this is why y'all got to be careful how you play games with the word. The Most High is not he's not going to have mercy on that. And you know it by your life, your actions, the situation you're in, while the Most High keeps punishing you. While the Most High never delivers you out of that situation. Go ahead.
And his power, when it is tried,
right,
reproveth the unwise.
See, so if the Spirit's in you, you're supposed to be reproving these moments. Right? What did Joseph do? He reproved. He checked her. You know what? This is wrong. We can't do this. Right? Because that was in him. What's in you? What's in your wallet?
Oh, right.
Right? What are you talking about? You giving in. You're giving in to these lustful, fleshly desires. See, why though? Why? Because you keep coming with excuses. You keep coming with reasons. You keep putting yourself in situations that make you stumble right into those moments. And then when you're given the answers, when you're given the true judgment, the true integrity, what do you come back with? Brothers just don't understand. Yeah, a rebuttal. A reason why to keep fulfilling the flesh. Right? This is, man. Go ahead, read.
For into a malicious soul,
right,
wisdom shall not enter.
So what did he have there for himself in these moments of being trodden down and falling into battles? He had the wisdom of the Most High. He had the Spirit to lift him up, to be, like it says in 1 Corinthians 1, the comforter. Right? He had the comforter to comfort him in these moments. But what do you have? You don't got no comfort. You got what? Your own mind in a tornado effect, adding stupid to stupid. Dumb situation to another dumb situation. And you dig a deeper hole because you are playing around with the Spirit. See, this malicious mind is different than I'm making mistakes. It's giving, you're doing it because you're making reasons for yourself to keep falling into the flesh. That's different than, you know what, I messed up. I sinned. Right? It's different than that. The malicious spirit is what? You plotting and planning. You know what you're finna get into. Right? You know that's another man's wife, but you gonna play around with it. You know you finna meet up with this woman and commit fornication, but you playing around with it. Right? No, we just gonna talk. No, I just want to talk. Right? You know you're finna go ahead and feed it to the flesh because you say what? Oh, I'm just gonna get on my phone and just look at a few pics. I'm not gonna do nothing. Right? You're feeding into the flesh and you're putting yourself in these moments. But every time a brother or sister gives you strength, it's what? I don't got time for that. I gotta do something. You know what I mean? Go ahead.
What?
Nor dwell in the body.
Go ahead.
That is subject unto sin.
And that's what you're doing. You're giving yourself over to the sin. What the Most High say about these individuals? That you do what to Christ? You crucify him afresh. Because you're doing despite unto the grace. You're doing despite unto the grace. You're playing around. So remember, when you're crying out, Proverbs 1, when it says when they cry out, he will laugh. Because it's going to be too late. The Most High has been merciful. The Most High has been trying to help you. He's been trying to show you. Right? He's put godly men around you to warn you. But you just don't want to listen. He can even put ignorant people around you to warn you. Right? Even the fools can run out and be like, you know what, you're doing wrong. And you like, whatever. I don't want to hear that. So you got to watch when this malicious spirit takes over, it corrupts you. And this is why Joseph had at his what's the word?
His leisure.
His what?
At his leisure.
He had at his leisure the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, the integrity, the power, the strength to get him out of these moments. And that's what we're witnessing right now with all the great men, right? They had it there. But the wicked, you constantly fall into more wickedness. Your mind is more corrupted, right? Go ahead. What you got? Oh, yeah, you got one. Go ahead.
It's Psalms chapter 25. I'm going to start at verse 15 and then go back up to 14. It says, my eyes are ever toward the Lord. For he shall pluck my feet out of the net.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Why? Because when your eyes is geared and your mind is geared towards the Most High, he's always going to, regardless of the situation, make a way for you to escape.
Right.
Right? And then since you have the Spirit at your leisure because you're always concentrating or meditating or seeking the Most High.
Right.
Verse 14, it says, the secret of the Lord is with them that fear the Most High.
Oh, there you go.
So why was he able to give the translation of the dream?
Right.
Because the secrets, he's always talking. It's a consistent communication with the
Yeah.
Most High. So he's like, oh yeah, that dream means this. Boom. He acknowledges.
Because if you're meditating, if you're meditating day and night, if you're getting counsel, getting wisdom, if you're in the book, right, there wouldn't be a spirit of hypocrisy.
No.
Right? That's why I had to, like certain brothers that stand up, you know they be doing wickedness, and you're like, bro, you're still smoking cigarettes, huh? But you're standing up in the congregation and acting like what? You're pure. That's hypocrisy. Right? Yeah, damn, you got to have a little bit of integrity to say, damn, you know what? I need to sit down and shut the hell up. You know what I mean? And brothers, they be standing up like, it's like, you don't think nobody knows what you did last summer. Like, you don't think nobody knows. But that's men that only fear the eyes of man. You know what I mean? So when y'all see me, because I rarely turn up. But when I have to turn up on a lot of these brothers, man, because it be hypocrisy. But they want to sound wise. They want to speak well. Right? You want to speak well and sound wise so everybody can look at you and nod. Bruh, you should be like, man, I'm doing wickedness. I'm doing things that I'm not supposed to. And then when I'm told about it, right? Nobody, I don't want to hear that. I want to get offended. You're cutting my spirit now. I don't want to hear that. Right? So I want to argue back and forth with you. Y'all got to see the wickedness of Israel. Y'all got to see the wickedness of Israel, man. It's crazy. But it's because a lot of brothers are not standing in integrity and being able to say, damn, you know what, man? I got to stop doing what I'm doing and stop making provisions of the flesh. Right? You know what? He put the perfect one. Let's go there real quick. By the way of Quatzazat. Go to Ecclesiasticus 39. Yeah. Yo, go there, Ecclesiastes 23 and 2.
Which one we all know well? We all know this well. Go ahead.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 23 and verse 2.
Go ahead.
Who will set scourges over my thoughts?
Right. That's what the knowledge was able to do and be at leisure for Joseph. Right? In all these moments. Right? It was to show him that, look, you're more disciplined. You're walking in the spirit when you do this. That's the scourger. Well, why is Israel constantly falling into the flesh? Because you like that. You like those things. And that's your God. But see, I like this point about him giving the revelation. Because why was that there for him? Because the Most High was always in his thoughts. Right? Not only to whip him in shape, in order, but to speak and give him the answers. The Most High was giving Joseph the answers. You know, Israel, you feel like, damn, I'm not getting the answers. Cursed shall thou be in the city, and cursed shall thou be in the field. Cursed shall thou be when thou comest in, and cursed shall thou be when thou goest out. You don't got the answers because you're cursed. Like what I was saying to the one brother at the mall, he said, I'm not under the curses. Brother didn't understand that. It's like because we're coming out of the curses with the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. But you're still in the curse because you are in a cursed mind. Remember that? Ye shall know the truth, and the truth was going to make you free? Well, why are they making you free? Why are you still bound to the flesh? See, because you're making provisions. And Joseph didn't make provisions of the flesh. Right? He had those scourges over his thoughts. Go ahead.
And the discipline.
And he had what?
Discipline.
What is it that we have to control the body?
Discipline.
You got to have discipline. Right? When those young women throw themselves at you, when wives throw themselves at you, when the cigarette throws themselves at you, when masturbation throws itself at you, you would have discipline. Right? Go ahead.
Wisdom.
Go ahead.
Over my heart.
Over my what?
Heart.
You would have that on your mind. Joseph had it there. This is why the Spirit was able to say, okay, this is the way, brother. This is the way. Let's go. I'm going to get you out of this situation. Go ahead.
That they spare me not for my ignorance.
Go ahead.
And it passed not by my sins.
And it passed not by my sins. So, you see that? It's going to spare you. It's going to help you. It's going to be there for you so you won't keep falling into the flesh. But you can't reject the Spirit. You keep rejecting it. Right? I'm going to tell you like this. Remember this. Judas sat around Christ too. Judas sat around Christ too. Stop thinking because you sit around that makes you Christ-like. Right? It's our actions, our works that's going to define us. Feeding into the flesh, doing the fleshly things. All the things that we know that is ungodly, we're supposed to stay away from these things. Y'all get that? But the wisdom, the discipline would be there to make us strong to fight. Why are you always slipping and falling? Bruh, godly sorrow work repentance to salvation.
Not to be repentant.
Not to keep going back and forth with that negative. Right? So, what are you practicing? We talked about that the other day. What are you practicing more of? You practicing more how to get in the flesh or how to be in the spirit of the Most High? Go ahead. No. Yeah, finish reading.
Verse 3. Least my ignorance increase.
See, least my ignorances increase. Joseph's ignorances every step of the way didn't increase because like they were pulling earlier, he took adherence to his father, the wisdom, the spirit of the Most High, and he didn't get more dumb along the way. How you get the truth and you still doing, you getting worse? Y'all got to understand this. Stop. I told y'all, stop with this Christian mind. Stop coming in here and just be thinking like, you know what? It's just a battle. You're making provisions of the flesh. Why are you losing your battles? Israel, man, you know why I'm passionate about this? Because we be there to help you, to warn you, but you don't want, you're doing what the old Israelites did in the past. Get out of the way. I'm going to dodge them. Speak unto me smooth things. Brother, you're talking too harsh for me. You get class rolling your eyes like a blonde girl. Right? Talking about, why? Because the word is cutting in your butt. It's cutting in you. Instead of you saying, man, it's cleaning me. This is what I need. You're what? You reject knowledge. Y'all got to understand this. We're here for your help. To supply the word. To supply the chastening. So we're here to supply the chastening. And a lot of Israel don't want to supply the chastening, so you fall into what? Adulterous, murderous, lustful situations. But we're the bad guys, right? Because we speak harshly to you. Right, y'all, there's no way in hell we're going to let y'all change our passion because you want to continue in sin. Right? There's no way. You can say whatever little smart thing you're going to say. We're going to keep being on you. Go ahead.
And my sins abound.
And my sins what?
Abound.
Because we're going to be accountable for that. He said, warn them. Tell them what they're doing. Because if not, that blood is on you. You're corrupting yourselves. We're showing you how to be strong like these men of the scriptures. Go ahead.
And my sins abound to my destruction.
So it didn't happen. We're reading the opposite, right? We're reading that Joseph, his sins didn't abound. He didn't fall and slip and all the time come in and be like, Yahweh, forgive me. No, he fortified himself with the wisdom of the Most High, the discipline, and he had the strength to battle through these moments. Right? What happens when he goes to? What happens when that wicked man goes to jail? Then depression comes in. See, that mind is a tornado down to hell. It's a tornado down to hell. Right? Then you get depression. Then you don't know. Then you contemplate suicide. Like, brother, you're going through all this for what? Because you didn't hear. You didn't listen. Right?
That's why the scriptures say, gather instructions from thy youth up. You thinking because you're 20, you're plus years old when you come in the truth.
Right.
You're forgetting that you're still a youth now.
Right.
Now you got to gather instructions so when you do get put in those situations, you'll know what to do.
Right.
But the problem is when you try to gather instructions in your youth up or coming into the truth, you're crossbreeding. You're mixing it with too much doctrine. You're trying to apply old stuff to new stuff.
Right.
And you're thinking that's going to further you along in the truth.
Yeah. I want to be slick. You think you slick. Come on, let's jump back to Genesis.
I never finished the song.
Oh, you got one?
I never finished the song.
Oh, go ahead.
Come on.
By the way, I love this one. Go ahead.
Come on. Verse 14.
Uh-huh.
The secret of the Lord is with them that fear him.
Right. So Joseph was getting the secrets. He was getting the answers. The wisdom was going to answer all these moments for him. Right? Because he had it at his leisure, because he gave himself over to it. Go ahead.
And he will show them his covenant.
Right. He will show him his what? Promises. And all the things that contractually the Most High said he would give to Israel. Right? If we followed righteousness. Right?
Verse 13.
Uh-huh.
His soul shall dwell at ease.
There you go. People don't want to... Why am I so tormented in my mind? My thoughts. Why am I easy? I can't sleep. I'm tossing and turning. Right? Well, we know according to Ecclesiasticus 40, the Most High said what? That happens to all man. I think it's 40. He said, but it happens unto the wicked 10 times more. Right? You tossing and turning. Right? You can't sleep. Right? You can't eat. Right? You don't know where to go. We touch on it all the time. The path of the just shines brighter and brighter. Why is yours getting more obscured? See, you know why I tell brothers and sisters the reality of coming to the truth? Because you think because you sit in class that you're saved. You better stop listening to those cats online. You're not saved because you're an Israelite. We're saved if we be born again. Except we be born again, we cannot enter into the kingdom of heaven. And that's what has to constantly change. We have to aspire to the change. Go ahead.
And his seed shall inherit the earth.
His seed shall inherit the earth. Right.
Verse 12.
Uh-huh.
What man is he that feareth the Lord?
Mm-hmm.
Him shall he teach in the way that he shall choose.
There you go.
Huh.
Yeah. And the Most High, all these situations the Most High put us in, right? It was supposed to reveal that who we are.
Right.
Right? Yeah.
That
was perfect. That was, where was it? Psalms what?
Psalms 25. I started at 15 and worked up all the way up to 12.
Psalms 25 and 15. Perfect. So where are we going back to? Genesis what?
We're going to Genesis chapter 40 and verse 13.
Uh-huh.
Genesis chapter 40 and verse 13. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up thine head, and restore thee unto thy place. And thou shalt deliver Pharaoh's cup into his hand.
Right.
After the former manner, when thou was his butler.
Mm-hmm.
But think on me when it shall be well with thee, and show kindness, I pray thee, unto me, and make mention of me unto Pharaoh, and bring me out of this house.
Mm-hmm.
For indeed I was stolen away out of the land of the Hebrews. And here also have I done nothing that they should put me into the dungeon. When the chief baker saw that the interpretation was good, he said unto Joseph, I also was in my dream, and behold, I had 3 white baskets on my head, and in the uppermost basket there was of all manner of baked meats for Pharaoh, and the birds did eat them out of the basket upon my head.
Mm-hmm.
And Joseph answered and said, this is the interpretation thereof.
Mm-hmm.
The 3 baskets are 3 days. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up thy head from off thee, and shall hang thee on a tree. And the birds...
That was bad news for him, right? Go ahead.
And the birds shall eat thy flesh from off thee. And it came to pass the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday, that he made a feast unto all his servants. And he lifted up the head of the chief butler and of the chief baker among his servants. And he restored the chief butler unto his butlership again. And he gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. But he hanged the chief baker.
You know what's crazy? So Joseph interpreted the vision, right? Or the dream, excuse me. And then this heathen did what? What?
Oh, what Joseph told him?
Yeah.
Oh, you forgot all about him, right?
No. But still, he listened.
Oh, God.
He heard it, right?
Right.
The reality of what Joseph said came to pass. You know, the heathens, boy, they would listen. They listen quicker than Israel. They listen quicker than Israel, right? They hear quicker than Israel. It's like, man, you got people around you trying to tell you the right thing, but you don't pick up. You don't want to hear. That's Israel's downfall. Stubborn, hard-headed, stiff-necked, right? Trying to be slick. Go ahead.
It says, verse 22, but he hanged the chief baker as Joseph had interpreted to them. Yet did not the chief butler remember Joseph,
right,
but forgot him.
Mm-hmm.
Genesis chapter 41 and verse 1.
You're reading to verse, you guys,
41 and verse 2.
41 and 2.
Genesis chapter 41 and verse 1.
Mm-hmm.
And it came to pass at the end of 2 full years that Pharaoh dreamed, and behold, he stood by the river. And behold, there came up out of the river 7 well-favored kind of fat flesh, and they fed in the meadow.
Meadow.
Mm-hmm.
That was it. 1 and 2? Okay, next brother.
Nazir, Shabbat Shah, Yehuda, Ban Yashala.
Nazir, Shabbat Shah, Yehuda, Ban Yashala. I'm right.
Yahweh Ba Shem Yah Shah Brakatham.
Yahweh Ba Shem Yah Shah Brakatham. What is he reading down to?
Reading down to Genesis chapter 41, verses 3 through 26.
Mm-hmm. 41. So he's reading at 40 what?
41, verses 3 through 26.
Oh, okay. All the way to 26. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 41, verse 3. And behold, 7 other kin came up after them out of the river. I favored and lean flesh.
What? Whoa. Read it again.
Come. And behold, 7 other kind came up after them out of the river.
Ill-flavored,
and lean flesh.
Mm-hmm.
And stood by the other kin upon the brink of the river. And the ill-flavored, favored, and lean fleshed kin did eat up the 7 well-flavored, favored, and fat kin. So Pharaoh awoke, and he slept.
It's actually kind, sorry. Go ahead.
And he slept and dreamed the second time. And behold, 7 ears of corn came up upon a stalk, rank and good. And behold, 7 thin ears, and blasted with the east wind sprung up after them. And the 7 thin ears devoured the 7 ranks and full ears.
Mm-hmm.
And Pharaoh awoke, and behold, it was a dream. And it came to pass in the morning that his spirit was troubled, and he sent and called him all magicians of Egypt, and all the wise men thereof, and Pharaoh told them his dream, but there was none that could interpret unto Pharaoh. Then spoke the chief butler.
Right, so what is happening with Joseph right now? Where's Joseph at?
Still in prison.
He's what?
Still in prison.
He's still in prison, right?
This is 2 years later.
It's 2 years later.
God.
2 years in jail, right? Okay, so what has to happen? What is happening with him? What has to happen with him according to Ecclesiasticus 2? He has to be what in a low what? I just gave it away.
Can't be patient when I would change to a lower state.
He has to be patient when you're changed to a lower state. So it's another variable to show us about what happens with a man with integrity. He doesn't panic. He doesn't lose it. He doesn't pull out his hair, right? He doesn't change his stance, right? The reason why a lot of people change their stance because they don't really have rooted, founded faith in the Father, right? So he had to be, because you got to think about that, because that's what we go through. We're the guy in jail, right? Catching hell, going through trials and tribulation, he has to be what? Go ahead, you can read it.
Real quick. Set thy heart aright, Ecclesiasticus 2 and 2. Set thy heart aright and constantly endure.
Right.
And make not haste in the time of trouble.
And make not what?
Haste in the time of trouble.
Now, this is a man, a righteous man. Remember, he's not in jail for something he did. Right? He's in jail for something he didn't do. He knew that. Right? Go ahead.
Cleave unto him and depart not away.
Go ahead.
That thou mayest be increased at thy last end.
Go ahead.
And whatsoever is brought upon thee, take cheerful.
Take what?
Cheerful.
So, what spirit was Joseph in?
Cheerful.
Right? He wasn't panicking. He wasn't losing it. He wasn't pulling his hair out of his head. He wasn't saying, you know what, Yahweh, I knew you wasn't with me. I don't even know why. I don't even know why I played like I believed in you. Right. But you see the mind state that all these moments can reveal. Right? You get corrected and you start cursing everybody out, and it's like, oh, now we understand what's in your heart, brother. Right? You're like, oh, okay, your mind's in the wrong place. Like, oh, you thought about that situation like that. No matter what was said. Oh, I got you. Why? Because these moments will reveal every man, every woman. See? Go ahead.
And be patient when thou art changed to a low estate.
Right, and be patient when you're changed to a low estate. So Joseph right now has to apply patience. Nothing's changing as of yet. I got to sit in this moment, sit in this box, and what? Keep my mind in the right place.
I told this dude 2 years ago, remember me. He forgot about
me. He forgot about me 2 years ago. Right, you're thinking, man, the Most High gave me the answer. Why he didn't get me out of here? How does that play on your mind? Right? Now think about it. We don't even be in a box. We just lose our job for 3 weeks. Right? We get in an argument with our rib, and then we really lose it. Damn, I'm going to lose her. I'm going to lose everything. I don't know what's going on. You start panicking instead of sitting back and saying, wait a minute. Let me analyze. Let me look. What do I always tell you when tribulation and persecution or something happens in your life? What do? The 2 analyzations you're supposed to be asking yourself. What do I always say? Go ahead, Kenny. Stand up, Bob. You got it? I thought you were raising your hand. No, okay. What? Go ahead, Rashawn. Either you did something wrong and you're paying for it, or you get it tested. But a lot of times, with Israel, majority of the time is what?
It's that first one.
I didn't do nothing wrong. You know what I mean? I must be tested. The Most High is testing me. No, he's spanking you, wicked man. He's spanking you, wicked woman.
I'm Job.
Right, I'm Job. No, you're not Job. The Most High is stripping you because why? You don't realize what you were doing wrong. And guess what? It doesn't change until you admit. It won't change. Why? Because your mind won't change, so the whole moment and situation won't change. Y'all understand that?
God.
You can't deceive yourself. Oh, I'm a righteous man. No, you're doing wickedness, brother. That wasn't the way. Right? So, just to put us in the mind state of what he's going through right now. Go ahead.
Then spoke the chief butler unto Pharaoh, saying, I do remember my faults this day. Pharaoh was wroth with his servants, and put me inward in the captain of the guard's house, both me and the chief baker. And we dreamed a dream in one night, he and I. We dreamed each man according to interpretation of his dream. And there was there with us a young man, an Hebrew, servant to the captain of the guard. And we told him, and he interpreted to us our dreams. To each man according to his dream he did interpret. And it came to pass, as he interpreted to us, so it was Me he restored unto mine office,
Mm-hmm.
and him he hung. Then Pharaoh sent and called Joseph, and they brought him hastily out of the dungeon. And he shaved himself and changed his raiment.
Right, he shaved himself because we know the Egyptians had to be shaven, clean, right?
That was their custom.
Right, they felt hair was what? Dirty, right? Which to me, I'm like, okay, well, why wear the fake beards? I never understood that. It's like if hair was dirty to you and you had to be all shaven, why wear the fake beards and fake hair, right? But that was their custom. That's why he had them shaved, right? Go ahead.
And came unto Pharaoh.
Uh-huh.
And Pharaoh said to Joseph, I have dreamed a dream, and there is none that can interpret it. And I have heard say of thee that thou canst understand a dream to interpret it.
Mm-hmm.
And Joseph answered Pharaoh, saying, it is not in me. God shall give Pharaoh an answer of peace.
Right. So after all this time, you can still see the humility in this man, right? Which we know is a characteristics of all these righteous men before, right? But you see how the moments didn't warp him, make him a bitter, angry black man, and say, you know what? It's me against the world. I only got to worry about me. Nobody cares about me. I got to think about myself, right? He gave praise to the Most High. Listen, I can't answer it. It's the Most High that does it, right? These are the character, the nuances that we have to look at from these individuals, man, to say, dang, do I have that same character? Or when I go through something, I'm ready to just lose it, family and friends and everybody around me? Or am I going to understand why the Most High is doing these things in my life? Right? What you got, Ariel?
1 Thessalonians chapter 5, verse 18.
1 Thessalonians 5:18. Go ahead.
It says, in everything give thanks It says, in everything give thanks.
Mm-hmm.
For this is well with the Most High in Hamashiach Yahushua.
Right.
Concerning you.
Right.
So in every situation, and we already hit it in Proverbs 3 and 6.
Yeah.
All thy ways acknowledge the Most High.
Right.
Every situation was Barakatah Yahweh. Okay, I heard you're the man who can interpret dreams. No, it's the Most High who gives the interpretation.
Right.
And that's what he's doing in every situation. That's how you knew he was of a good, cheerful spirit.
Right.
Every outcome, every situation he was in.
Right. Yeah. Yes, sir. All right, jump back.
And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, in my dream, behold, I stood upon the bank of a river, and behold, there came up out of the river 7 kings, fat-fleshed and well-favored, and they fed in a meadow. And behold, 7 other kin came up after them, poor and very ill-favored, and lean-fleshed, such as I never saw in all the land of Egypt.
Right, this is why the scriptures tell you about dreams now, like, unless they be sent of the Most High, you can't think now, because, just think about this. Just look at the vision, the dreams he was given, and it's like, the Most High had to be with you, right? How are you going to give this understanding unless the Most High give it, right? You can come up with any situation, right? A sister hit me up the other day and asked me, what do you think about this? I'm like, sis, I don't got the revelations of dreams and visions. Like, the Most High, you got to look at these dreams and be like, look, if the Most High didn't come with him and explain it, then those days where the Most High sent an angel down or give you the revelation, we've lost that connection so far. That's why a lot of times, brothers and sisters, you be guessing at these dreams. Like, I haven't seen no Israelite that got power to reveal what the dreams are. You know what I mean? You tell me, I've seen a lot of guesses. I've seen it like, it could be's. But I never heard her say, yeah, well, this is what it is, and that's what it was. So that part, you see us losing that connection with the Father. We've been separated so far. So really nowadays you gotta what? You gotta wait till they come to pass. What you was gonna say?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you about.
Yeah.
I really asked a question about that because I know you were saying one time you can't be looking at some dreams.
Yeah.
Not the dreams though, it's just a dream,
Right.
You try to go too deep into it, it's just.
It's like like it says, you're like chasing your shadow.
But I was like, and I started thinking to myself, I was like, hey, they did dreams,
Right.
They always talk about dreams in the Bible of that.
Right.
But you can, a dream can be so powerful. You can dream, you urinate and wake up and, your pants wet.
Yeah. True.
Or, wet dreams,
Right.
So, like, you can have them type of dreams. I'm like, hey, they got to be something,
With it.
Yeah, right, with a dream, a lot of people think then you got the other people, I dreamed this, it got to mean this.
Yeah, it got to, right. Now you're going to books, or you're going to what is common.
I don't know if it's divination, you get into divination.
But that's exactly where you get into, because why we can say that. First of all, let's go to the scripture. Let's go to the scripture. If they be not sent, real quick. It's Ecclesiasticus. This is why. This is why it gets into these divinations real quick. Read that. 34 and what? Verse 6.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 34, verse 6.
Go ahead.
If they be not sent from the Most High,
right,
and thy visitation,
right,
set not thy heart upon them.
See, so but where does we go nowadays? It ain't sent from the Most High. It could have came. Like I had a grip of dreams last night because I ate some ramen, stir-fry ramen before I went to bed. I was tossing and turning, having all kind of weird dreams. But it happened with what? My belly. So I'm not trying to wake up and be like, what dream is this? What does this mean? Right? An angel ain't come to me and be like, listen, this is what this means. Well, then I got to understand. Dreams resemble many things. Right? But what happens is we start going into what? Wait a minute, let me look up. What happens when your teeth is pulled? And then they start giving you all these things on teeth being pulled in the dream. Right? Then if you want to go deeper, you start what? Let me get the books. So yes, you are going into that divination. You are going into now. You want somebody to answer this question, except for who? The Most High. And it told you, if the Most High didn't tell you, let it go. But you start going further. And that further leads you into all the divination. So you're absolutely right. It can go there. That's why it says dreams lift up fools. There was one brother in Houston. Quatazop knows him. One bro, he used to come back all the time. I told you about him. He used to be like, I have visions and everything. He got offended that we went here to the scripture. He was like, no, I can, we were supposed to be like, really, brother? Tell us the future. No, because he was really, it's strong delusion. He was really caught up into, I have dreams of the future, and I know what this is and that. I'm like, okay, cool. You might want to keep that to yourself, brother. Because once you start talking about the future and all that, people are going to look at you like, really, brother? But what happens is, instead of him just dealing with that and understanding that the Most High, first of all, did the Most High come? Because Satan can come to you in dreams too. Demons can come to you in dreams too. So what is this dream about? What if it's just about making you a witch? Think about it. A demon is coming and telling you things just to make you lift up yourself, to puff up yourself to other people around you. Say, you know what, I interpret dreams. Now, instead of you serving the Most High, you're a damn dream teller. Or a fortune teller. Right? Listen, if it ain't coming out of the Most High, The crazy dream, brother. I hear you. Well, you gotta let it come to pass. I've had dreams that came to pass. I'm sure y'all had dreams that came to pass. But you didn't be like, you know what? Dang, I can see the future now. I was Jonah Ark in my past life. Like, you're not gonna do that. You let it go. Yeah.
So, I mean, what can we conclude about, this dream thing? Because, I don't think I done had a couple of dreams, in the past. And I felt like one time when I was small, my uncle died. And I felt funny for a minute, like outside of myself. Like I was walking next to myself. It sounded like some divination, but
No, it happens.
It was true,
Yeah.
I felt like I was walking outside of myself. So I had a dream, and my uncle came to me in the dream, was like he was in paradise. He came, he had a wine shirt on, he came, he said, "I'm my nephew." And I woke up, and when I woke up, I felt that normal.
Well, listen, there's many times that loved ones come to us in dreams and visions. I'm not saying that doesn't happen. What I'm saying is what the scripture says, that a lot of visions, right? Dreams, right? You had a dream that he came to you in your sleep and told you he was good. You take it for what it is. But you didn't start getting books and started trying to raise the dead and started making a shrine out to it, did you? No. Bro, many, Yeshaya tell you, I'll tell you, I had a dream of my dad, him dying. Because those things happen. But do we live in that moment to where now we're trying to search out these things more than the Father, right? Go to Job 33. So let's put it in perspective. Dreams happen. Visions happen, right? But we got to know what to take serious and what to just let go, right? And what to know that, okay, if the Most High is going to reveal this, he's going to reveal it, right? Not let me get caught up my whole life living in that dream. And we can go back to 34 because it goes into it. But Job 33 and, where am I going to Job? 33 and vision by night? 15, right? Go ahead.
Job chapter 33, verse 15.
Go ahead.
In a dream, in a vision of the night.
Right?
When these,
so read 14.
Verse 14. For Yahweh speaketh once.
Right?
Yea, twice.
Right?
Yet man perceiveth it not.
Right. So when it said the Most High gave him the understanding, how did Joseph get it? The Most High came to him this way. Right? So the Most High does do things like this. But you got to be able to know what the other scripture says. If they be not sent of the Most High, the angel ain't saying like, look, right? Most of your dreams you don't even remember fully. So how are you going to try to break that down and attribute that to something, right? Visions, most likely these visions are clear. They can be understood. They can be seen. Those things. But they still got to be sent of the Father. So we got to be careful with that. But this is how the Most High does move. Go ahead.
In a dream.
Uh-huh.
In a vision of the night.
Right.
When deep sleep falleth upon men.
Go ahead.
And slumberings upon the bed.
Right.
Then he openeth the ears of men.
Right.
And sealeth their instructions.
Now, the scriptures is showing us is this. When you deal with, go back to Adam, and it says, a deep sleep fell on Adam. The Most High put him in this slumber, but was sealing in his mind where he was going to get this woman from. So it becomes a what? It becomes a theme in you, an instinct, right? It becomes an awareness like the Spirit telling you and showing you things. You don't got to tap into dreams. You know how when something happens, and afterward, you're like, wait a minute. I had a dream about this. Right. But you didn't go get books. And you didn't go get and be like, you know what? Now I'm right. You see that? That's how we're supposed to be moving with these. For the answers from the Spirit, not from, like you said, getting into the divinations or now you want to go at the witches to answer it. Right? So these things do happen. Right? Go ahead.
That he may withdraw man from his purpose.
Yeah, and then a lot of times it don't. I don't know about y'all, but I know with me, I had a lot of dreams, and it didn't happen until afterwards, and it was like deja vu's. It was like, well, I remember this house. I had a dream about this house 10 years back. Whoa, the shade, the way it moved, but that didn't come to 10 years before, and I was in the moment, right? So why chase dreams? Why chase these things, right? Go back to Ecclesiasticus 34.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 34, verse 7.
But it says it's like chasing. Hold on. Is it here, or am I thinking in
verse 2?
Verse 2. Go ahead.
Verse 2. Whoso regardeth dreams is like him that catcheth at a shadow.
Yeah, there you go. So it's being clear to show us that you can trying to chase dreams is catching at a shadow. Could you catch a shadow? No, you can't. So it's telling us there, be careful. Go ahead.
And followeth after the wind.
Right.
The vision of dreams is the resemblance of one thing to another.
Right. So dreams could be a resemblance of one thing. You ate a sandwich when you went to bed, and now the hot dog's chasing you in your dream. You're like, what the hell is this about? It's the hot dog you ate. Right? Go ahead.
Even as the likeness of a face to face.
Go ahead.
Of an unclean thing, what can be cleansed.
That's the key point there. Our flesh is so unclean that when you eat something, now you have different dreams. What do you think is going to come from you? Unclean things. So that's telling you right there. Why would I chase things from what uncleanness come from? I'm going to chase unclean things. Go ahead.
And from that thing which is false, what truth can come?
Check that out. Your false mind, you finna chase that. You're not going to get the answers that way. That's why, what does the scripture say? The laws are what? Light. What? Perfect what? It says what? It says it's an oracle. Like, we don't got to chase dreams. All we got to do is look in. Our oracle is the laws and commandments of the Most High. Not a crystal ball and say, behold, I see the future. Bruh, keep to the commandments. Keep to the laws. It's an oracle. It will guide you. It will lead you. It will show you. Like we're learning from Joseph, right? Yeah. What's that? Right, you jump the fence. Yeah, exactly. It could be the Most High telling you many things, but you ain't going to know. Right, because the angel didn't come and tell you. This is what it means, Deshaun. You finna start walking again, right? Or you going to break your leg. You don't know. You can go any way with it, right? All right, so we get that. All right, let's jump back.
Genesis chapter 49, verse 19.
Uh-huh.
And behold, 7 other kin came up after them, very poor and very ill-favored, and lean flesh, such as I never saw in all the land of Egypt for badness. And the lean and the ill-favored or favored kin did eat up the first 7 fat kin.
Mm-hmm.
And when they had eaten them up, it came not be known that they had eaten them.
Right. It could not be known that they had eaten them. Go ahead.
But they were still ill-favored as at the beginning, so I awoke.
Uh-huh.
And I saw in my dream, and behold, 7 ears came up, and one stalk full and good.
Mm-hmm.
And behold, 7 ears withered thin and blasted with the east wind sprung up after them. And the thin ears devoured the none that could declare it to me. And Joseph said unto Pharaoh, the dream of Pharaoh is one. God hath shown Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good kin are 7 years.
The 7 good kind?
The 7 good kind.
Right, that's kind referring to animals. Right, so kin, K-I-N, is like kin. We're me and you are kindred, right? Kind is referring to animals, right?
Are 7 years. And 7 good years are 7 years. The dream is one, and the 7 thin and ill-favored kind that came up after them are 7 years. And the 7 empty ears blasted with the east wind shall be 7 years of famine. This is the thing which I have spoken unto Pharaoh, what God is about to do, he showeth unto Pharaoh.
Oh, he went over a little bit. Okay, next brother.
Mala'akia Shabbat Shor Yahawada Bun Yasharala.
Mala'akia Shabbat Shor Yahawada Bun Yasharala. Imagine, right?
Yahweh Shem Yahushai Brakatham.
Yahweh Shem Yahushai Brakatham.
You're going to read from a verse. You stopped at what? You stopped at 29, so read from 29 down to 50.
Genesis chapter 41, verse 29. Behold, there come 7 years of great plenty throughout all the land of Egypt. And there shall arise after them 7 years of famine, and all the plenty shall be forgotten in the land of Egypt.
The Most High, wisdom will lead us, right? Wisdom will walk with us to know what is ahead of us, right? That's why it says, get that for me, a wise man liveth well, for precept's sake for everybody. We got to understand that the wisdom of the Most High will lead us. The Word will lead us, right? Go ahead. Where are we at?
Verse 8.
Proverbs 14 and 8?
Proverbs 14, 15.
Proverbs 14 and 15. Let's go there.
Go ahead.
Proverbs chapter 14, verse 15.
Go ahead.
The simple believeth every word, but the prudent man looketh well to his going.
Right. See,
the well to our goings is going to be led by the Father, right? Wisdom is going to lead us. So when we get in these predicaments, right, we can have. We're in need. We're not in need. What's the other one?
It says the same thing. But
It says the same thing. That's fine. That's fine. But y'all get that, right? So, what, you found it?
I have another one.
Go ahead.
Proverbs chapter 22, verse 3.
Uh-huh.
A prudent man foreseeth the evil,
Right.
and hideth himself, but the simple passeth on, and are punished.
Right. You see, so what had to happen here in this moment? Pharaoh had to listen. Pharaoh had to listen to the wisdom, to the understanding, and trust, so he wouldn't be simple-minded and pass on, and everybody in Egypt would suffer, right? And as we read on, there was a lot of people around them suffering, right?
God said the whole world.
Yeah. So you got to ask yourself this. Pharaoh, or rather tell yourself this, Pharaoh had to humble to the wisdom of Joseph. He had to be led by his wisdom. Right? See, this happens all the time. A lot of brothers and sisters, man, don't want to understand that you just don't see it. Your vision is not there. Your eyesight, your spiritual eyesight is not there. Right? If you listen and adhere to certain things, you can prevent yourself from making so many mistakes. But the problem is, you don't want to see it. You don't want to listen to the vision. You want to what? Nah, well, I feel. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Right? You still keep coming with that. You're not the Most High, so the wisdom that you're giving me don't matter. The law, the wisdom of the Scripture is an oracle. Right? And when you put it together, dealing with every situation, right, you're able to show forth how to make moves. Why do you think the wise sit down and go through counsel? Because what are they doing? Contemplating their moves. Right? They're tactical when it comes to their moves. So obviously, we can make moves in wisdom. We can make moves that will affect us in the future negatively or positively. But if you do it like the scriptures say, you can prevent falling in a ditch many of times. Y'all understand that? Do y'all believe that though? Y'all got to, because you said it earlier. You made so many wrong decisions. You got to say, well, listen, my mind ain't working right. Right? There's a way that seemeth right unto a man, but the ways thereof are death. I'm like, my choices ain't right. But you got to be humble enough to say that to yourself and then get counsel. And then you'll be able to say, damn, I didn't even think of that. You've been in counsel before, right? And you ever said that? Yeah, I didn't even think of that one. Good scripture. You know what I mean? Or you know what? I didn't even look at it from that perspective. As many as times you say that, you got to realize, damn, I can't see all things. Right? Go ahead. Jump back.
Genesis chapter 41, verse 30. And the famine shall consume the land, and the plenty shall not be known in the land, by reason of that famine following, for it shall be very grievous. And for that the dream was doubled unto Pharaoh twice. It is because the thing is established by the Most High, and the Most High will shortly bring it to pass. Now therefore, let Pharaoh look at a man.
Now, I'm going to say this off the topic. You see this young brother up here, right? He's 16. You see how he's reading? That's an example. When you get up, the passion, the force, the power, reading brings the people into the subject as well. So if you come up and you don't read with passion or power, right? Remember, we Israelites. You get that one audio Bible app that he talks like a fag the whole time? It don't make me interested. Like, who is this guy? Bro, you make everything sound weak and timid. Right?
You talking about that dramatization one?
Yeah, the dramatization one.
God.
Yeah, like, he sound like a girl telling the story.
God.
I'm not saying none of us do that. What I'm saying is, so don't get me wrong. All right? I'm saying that we can't come like Esau. That's what I'm saying. Right? We got to come up and we got to put pleasure, force, passion into what we're reading. Right? Conviction. Because that brings out the story. Like when you read it like that, if you at home reading it like that, I feel sorry for you. You got to read that with spirit and like get into the moment.
That's right.
You know what I mean? That brothers act like you never got excited before. Come on now.
God. Read with some excitement. Thus saith the Lord.
Right. Come on. Passion, right? Just wanted to point that out. He's 16. All right, go ahead.
And why? And set him over the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh do this, and let him appoint officers over the land, and take up the 5th part of the land of Egypt.
Right. The Most High used, once again, brought up a Hebrew Israelite man to do what? To guide the affairs of a Gentile nation. Check that out. This has happened many a times. Think about all the black leaders that came up and Colin Powell, right? Think about all these military leaders that were black, Hispanic, or Native American that you don't know about that led the affairs of Edomite nations, of other nations. See, they don't put that in our society because why? You start looking at us differently. We were a powerful, a strong, a wise people, man. So you got to see, this has happened, right? Go ahead.
In the seventh.
Hold on.
Even Daniel, when he was a kid.
Right.
When you read, we talked about, who was it? Susanna?
Right.
You mentioned it. That was Daniel when he was a young guy.
Right.
And then when he came under Shalmaneser, or was it Shalmaneser? Xerxes.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, when he was in that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking for something. What were you saying at that point?
He was in the Babylonian.
Nebuchadnezzar.
Right. There we go. But even still at a young age, he was like basically guiding the king.
Right. It said they were children.
Yeah, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego.
They were children. Yeah. So once again to show us that don't limit yourself. I always try to bring this in for the youngsters in here. You don't have to limit yourself to video games and to, well, I'm young, so I got the right to be stupid. I'm young, so I got the right to not think like a man. No. Bro, listen, children back in our days, in the ancient days, were wise at a young age. Now, I'm going to say like I tell my son all the time, you can play games, but wisdom got to be more likable to you.
That's right.
Right? Your study, right? Your history. If you're a Hebrew Israelite kid, and you can't break down why you're a Hebrew Israelite or your tribe, there's a problem. There's a problem. Y'all got to be able to break down your tribe. Why am I of this tribe? How am I know I'm a Hebrew Israelite? Right? And go through and be able to break that down. You're of age. Shunibun, you're of age. Listen, the funny thing is, Danya Allah, you're smart. You're beyond your years. You're intelligent. I know you're still a kid, but you're very aware. Ariaz boys, y'all are intelligent. Ma'awala, you guys are smart. You're not dumb. You guys are beyond your years. You know what I mean? You don't roll like a 13-year-old. You act like you're 16. But you still bound. Foolishness is born in the heart of a child. You got to know that, okay, I can be a kid, play my video games, do things I like, but I got to be that wise child. I got to know what I'm talking about. That way nobody can play on your strings. You remember you going to the street speaking? Right? You be out there passing out flyers, right? And that one person turn towards you and be like, what do you think? He tried to pierce your spirit at the flyer zone, like, well, what do you think? And when you sit back, Shunyaban, Ma'awula, Malaakia, when y'all sit back and be like, well, what I think, and they be like, whoa. Individualism is very important in this, to know that you're getting this for you, not your dad, not your mom. You are going to gain that relationship between you and the Father, so when you get older, you have something to give your generations. And that's how I was at your age. I was like, man, I love this. This is beautiful, right? Yes, we were motivated by chopping everybody up, but still, I was able to speak and represent the Father. Right? And y'all got to remember that. You got to be able to speak and represent the Father and be these young leaders so you can teach. Right? What you was going to say?
That actually had happened. It was me, Mel Akio, and then we was with Karatazar Shaquat.
Right.
And the dude in the back seat, he was sodomite, but he was like, hold on, I need you to stop talking. And he asked me and Mel, he said, so what, do you believe what's on this flyer? And me and Mel, I really had to break the whole thing down.
Right.
And Shaquat was like, hey, you asked.
Right, you asked, exactly. And that's what's supposed to happen. You're supposed to say, yeah. and manfully speak and show that you're an individual. You're not a clone. You're not a robot, right? We don't want robots. The Most High don't want robots. He don't want clones, right? Just on that note, right? About the leaders we're going to be, the wisdom leading us. Y'all get that? Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 41, verse 34. In the 7 plenteous years. And let them gather all the food of those good years that come, and lay up corn under the hand of Pharaoh, and let them keep food in the cities.
Right.
And that the food shall be for store to the land against the 7 years of famine, which shall be in the land of Egypt, that the land perish not through the famine. And the thing was good in the eyes of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of all his servants. And Pharaoh said unto his servants, can we find such a one as this man? As this is a man with whom the Spirit of the Most High is. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, for as much as God hath showed thee all this,
right,
there is none so discreet and wise as thou art.
Right, check this out. Go to Proverbs. Right? Go to Proverbs 6 and 8. No, you know what? Let's go to 10 and 5 first, and then we'll go to 6 and 8. Go ahead.
Proverbs chapter 10 and verse 5.
Go ahead.
He that gathereth in summer is a wise son.
Yeah, it's time. It's time for the reaping. So what's happening here is this. He's preparing them. Right? This is what we're trying to show y'all. How to prepare yourself for the future. Right? And Pharaoh had to listen. He couldn't get puffed up. He had to humble down and know, oh, wait, we got to gather like this. Right? And that's what the Most High is showing us. Like, this is why in these moments when work has to be done, you got y'all, young men, young women, got to understand, okay, work needs to be done. I can't think it's strenuous. Because you're never going to learn the value of work. Right? So, this is what they had to do. A wise son, they had to gather. Right? Go ahead.
But he that sleepeth in harvest,
right,
is a son that causeth shame.
See? How you going to sleep in harvest? You know what the harvest is? Huh? What's the harvest? Go ahead, somebody. Come on. Go ahead, Kenny. The return. That's when your fruits are growing, right? Veggies. Everything's growing, everything. And you going to let all that just rot? Right? And that's what we constantly prepare brothers and sisters for. It's like, okay, now it's time to reap. Let's take advantage. Like, we know that because at our locations, like, their little fake Christmas season is when they want to spend money. It's the harvest time. So we got to take advantage of that. And Esau knows that because they do what? Oh, we need you overtime. You work at FedEx, we need you to ship some extra boxes. Right? How many brothers ain't here today because they what? They got put, Esau made them what? Oh, y'all, we need y'all extra hours. Right? Because it's what? It's harvest time. And that's what Joseph got in this cat's head. Like, look, we're going to have to double up. We're going to have to take advantage of these moments. Right? Read that 6 and 8.
Proverbs chapter 6 and verse 8. Provideth her meat in the summer, and gathereth her food in the harvest.
Right?
How long wilt thou sleep, O sluggard?
Right. Right. You see that? But the sluggard will do what?
How long wilt thou sleep?
The sluggard will do what?
Sleep.
See, you got to watch the drowsy, sluggard mind, spirit, body. And I'm talking to everybody, but I'm talking to you youngsters. I get it. You want to play your games. You want to go out and ride your bikes. You want to do things. But you got to handle business first. Right? When it's time to reap, you got to reap. When it's time to work, you got to work. Right? This is what Joseph is showing us that he had a king do. Right? Because his wisdom was great. Yeah.
Be in a position
Yeah.
Day and time, because with my generation, we really didn't, it wasn't around as much.
Right.
Our fathers definitely want these.
Exactly.
They don't really realize the opportunity that you really get.
They don't.
And 14, 15, instead of being in here, I'm on the block already.
Right.
But me living that type of a lifestyle, even though I might have been getting things that.
What is this for some of these bougie kids? What does the block mean? They think you like you hanging around at the corner. Tell them what the block was.
That was crack. I'm already selling crack at that age. It's cracks, running crack spots at that age. That's how we're moving at an early age.
Right.
And I might have accumulated things during that time, but when you get older, you're going in and out of jail, to prison, and things of that nature, you might find yourself 40 years old, still trying to play catch up because you didn't prepare in the time when you were supposed to have been sowing your seeds properly. And
Well, first of all, let me throw this in there because your works were wicked. The Most High did bless the works of your hands. First of all, right, and then wisdom wasn't there too, because majority. I'm not going to say everybody. There's some maybe small amount smart drug dealers that save up and do things after, but majority of them is what? They squander that money. They crap it off on clothes and jewelry and cars, right? Like the rap game started in the beginning, and now they're just barely what? Wait a minute, let's go buy land. Let's invest. You know what I mean? But yeah, very good point about the block. It's just trying to show the youngsters is like there's a value in working. You know what I mean? And the benefit in what we're doing. And don't just make it all about, oh, I'm a kid and I don't want these kid years to pass by. Like I tell my son, look, before you get on the video game, you're going to read a chapter. Get this Bible down. You know what I mean? As much as you get on the game, then boom, you go do that. You'll be able to read. Your reading will be up. You're reading every night. You're studying, right? That way, I keep telling him, I started at 15. He started way younger than that. So he's going to be way advanced more than that. Y'all started at what age? 11, 12. Check that out. You started at what? Daniela started at what? 3 or 4 years old. Exactly. You see, you said it perfectly. You youngsters can't take this for granted and understand what the Most High is giving y'all. I know you're thinking like, well, this is life. But listen, there's another world out there. Crack houses, crack mamas, dope daddies, dope mamas, streets that, like schools that you go into, you get jumped every day, you get in fights every day. There's a life like that. My brother used to get in fights all the time, come home with bloody face all the time, right? You're not living that. You live in what? You go to school. I mean, I guess they do have to worry about you being shot up here and there once in a while, but still. Yeah, sis.
Some of you guys know my son.
Yeah.
He was here.
Mm-hmm.
He would give anything that he back. He's dealing with, now he got a record, 2 children, getting shot at. This is the life he chose.
Yeah.
In the beginning, I took the blame for not being on my stuff when he was younger.
Right.
He was here, but he had another chance.
Yeah.
He came back as an adult, and he could have fixed it.
Yeah.
He chose
He chose not to. You're right.
So now his life was in shambles, and no one can help him. Because when you go to jail and you call mama, mama can help him.
Yeah. There ain't no more dear mama. There ain't no more dear mama. It's like, no, you wanted to be a grown man and choose that path. That's the path you're going to have to deal with it. Lay in that bed that you made. Right, so we got that. All right, let's jump back.
Verse 40. Thou shalt be over my house, and according unto thy word shall all my people be ruled.
You see, and this is the Most High lifting that man up, right? But what did he go through? What did he go through? He keep going through these situations where his brothers dumped him in the ditch, and he was lifted up high. But the Most High, Satan's like, look, the only reason why Joseph is on point is because you set him up above all. Watch. Put him low again. Put him low again. Let's see if he still serves you. He was put low again for maintaining his integrity. And then what happened? He revealed that he wasn't shiesty, conniving, right? Slick, right? Negative and wicked. He realized, he showed the Most High that what? He's righteous. So the Most High did what? He lifted him up. He lifted the lowly up out of these positions. And that's what we have to understand. Because this man put the Most High first in everything he did. He didn't make excuses. Go ahead.
Only in the throne will I be greater than thou.
Check that out. Only in the throne will I be greater than thou. Right? If everybody takes their phone out, because we ain't got it like Houston yet, the sliding TVs. Or I will throw it up on the TV and look up Pharaoh, inscription from Egypt of Joseph. Inscription from Egypt of Joseph. Inscription from Egypt of Joseph. They have Joseph, and guess what color he is? Black. He was dark-skinned. You understand? So Joseph was lifted up. It should still be on there. You see it? Joseph was dark-skinned. See, they ain't showing these things to our people. Nah, there's a better one. Nah, there's an actual, what?
Even in other pictures, him against whatever woman is next to him, she's lighter and he's dark.
Yeah. You see it? It's an inscription on there. And they found this. Remember, we brought this back. We brought this out in 2010 or something. Right? Do your research on this. But he was lifted up as Pharaoh. Pharaoh was only greater. So you're running Egypt now. That's like you running America. You see that? You can't go higher than Biden. Right? So imagine you being right there. But here's the thing. He made it clear that a majority of his affairs was going to be ruled by him as well. As opposed to Camilla's in the background, kind of just following along. Well, Joseph was running the affairs. What you got?
I was going to say, is this the time where when Joseph started ruling Egypt, is this the time where they try to talk about the shepherd kings that ruled in Egypt?
And there's yes, but there's so much back and forth and obscurity about the shepherd kings. Were they Israel? Were they not? That's why you don't hear me speak a lot about it. Because you can find information that says it was us. Right. Then you can find the argument that was like, this couldn't be us. Why? Because we got timelines that are confused. We got archaeology and digs that they, time-wise, don't try to match. So you got to be careful with that. That's why y'all don't hear me speak about it a lot. But Yeshaya would tell you we were the shepherd kings. He would tell you, like, look, there's a lot of information out there. Anything that got a little gap in it with me, I don't bring it up because brothers ain't wise enough to get the information and then be able to combat the other side. So when you get it and somebody pop up and say, wait a minute, well, I got some information that says they wasn't. You're like, because all you heard was the information, but you really didn't study. It really don't benefit us unless you really study and able to go into the timelines and bring out the information and then go through the other timeline of the discrepancy and say, wait a minute, that was us. You see what I'm saying? It's a lot of information. So that's why you don't hear me talk about that a lot. But yes, it has been said. Right? Joseph becomes official in Egypt in 1884. What verse are you at?
Verse 41.
You're in verse 41. So Joseph was in Egypt, and remember, this is approximate, because, these dates, right? He was that's 18, let me see, Joseph becomes an official in Egypt in 1884. And that's BC, right? 1884 BC. Y'all got that? All right, just to put a little date on it. So that puts him around the second intermediate period between the 13th and the 17th dynasties, right? That's about where, look, write it down, and then you can do your, what dynasties, and then you can go back and forward, right? I know that a lot of people are like, well, I don't know about the dynasties of the Egyptians. Well, just to give you a little bit of reference, a little bit of study where you can go back and study. So this was between the 13th and the 17th dynasties. Okay? So before that, you have the 11th and 12th. It says here that would be the middle. The 11th and 12th would be the middle of their dynasties. So when you would get to this period, I'm thinking you're going into the tail end, starting the end of their dynasties of Egypt, rulership. Okay? Now, look up the Hyksos real quick. Hyssos. Because the only reason I'm actually look it up, let's see what time period they got on Google, and I'll tell you the date I got here. This is how you check, because some dates have discrepancies, right? It'll be off a few years. So what do they got for the Hyksos? Anybody? What do they got for a date on them? Nothing? What they got?
1650 to 1550 BC.
Okay, see, that's exactly why I had you do that. Because I got here 1670 to 1570 to 1670. Yeah, so what it's showing us is the Hyksos came in around that time. Now, it makes sense, right? But there's discrepancies with this. So when you get into the dates, to the timelines, there's a lot of argument over the Hyksos and the period that Joseph ruled and all that stuff. What?
For clarification, Hyksos would be the shepherd king.
Right. Yeah, the shepherd kings, exactly. Okay, so me, Quatazab, and Zion just had a whole talk about this a few months back about the information. It was like, okay, well, do we drop this information? But then when you get so many discrepancies, it's like, how is that going to benefit the body? You know what I mean? How is that going to benefit the young brother or sister trying to study? You really got to study before you open up your mouth about these things, right? And then drop this information, because brothers are going to drop it, and then how do brothers drop it? You realize, man, a lot of Israelites drop stuff and they don't even really know a lot of information about it. That's why I'm giving the information, but I'm being clear. Look at all these different discrepancies and timelines and the history about it, right? Huh? Yeah, it sounds good, but you're going to go into it and you're going to be like, damn, well, really, was it us? Wasn't it? Right? So, listen, we know one thing is true, the word. So the word says what? He was in there and he ruled, right? Israel ruled. Rather, this is the start of our rule. Go ahead.
Verse 41. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, See, I have set thee over all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh took off his ring from his head, and put it upon Joseph's head, and arrayed him in vestures of fine linen, and put a gold chain about his neck. And he made him to ride the second chariot which he had. And they cried before him, Bow the knee. And he made him ruler over all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, I am Pharaoh.
This is how you know those archaeologists, bro. Those Egyptian archaeologists, because they pushed a lot of Edomites out of there, right? That archaeology they're finding over there, there's still a little bit in there, but it's a lot of these Egyptians now running a lot of that stuff. I subscribe to like the archaeology, and you can get, of course, you go on YouTube too and start looking at a lot of the digs that they be digging up in Egypt. But first of all, these nations, they lie in their glory. They're liars. So you could see a dig, and they might attribute it to damn Hamites. They might attribute it to a Canaanites, and won't attribute it to Israelites. See, because they want you to believe that all the Egyptians were Caucasian, right? Or had these Caucasian features, right? When we know damn well from the walls they are dark skinned. So it can't be hid, but just showing you about how the nations try to cover up all the information that's coming out dealing with. Well, why do you think when you go on YouTube and go online and look up recent archaeological digs and finds, it starts giving you the list. They barely show these things that they find. They barely show the coffins, the top of them, how they look, the facial features. They barely show them, right? And then you start seeing, they're hiding something. Because I be looking. I want to see the features. I want to see the facial features. Right? But they hide these things. Yes.
I know about maybe 5 or 6 years ago, you guys had showed this man Glenn Beck finding the Hebrew writing.
Oh, in New Mexico. Yeah, that was a while back. Everybody knows about that now, but yeah. Yep. But, all right, go ahead, read on.
Verse 44. And without thee shall no man lift up his hand or foot in all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh called Joseph's name Zaphanath Panaah, and he gave him to wife Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar, priest of On. And Joseph went out over.
So obviously, Joseph's wife was a what? Egyptian. Yeah. You see that? Okay, go ahead.
And Joseph went out over all the land of Egypt. And Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh, king of Egypt.
So,
what's that?
So he basically, from the time he was 17 all the way until he was 30, 13 years. You know what I mean? Being brought high, low, high, low, high, low.
17 to 30.
Yeah, he was 30. Yeah, so that's 13 years. But he was consistent with the Most High.
Check that out. 17 to 30. So you're thinking see, he wasn't moving like no little kid, right? He had to what?
He had to gird up the loins of like a
man, right?
Mine.
Exactly.
God.
See. That's why I said I like what you said. You young brothers, you get comfortable with childhood. Childhood is vanity, is vain. I know you're like, damn, I can't ride bikes no more. No, we're not saying that. You can't go to the mall no more and jump on video games. We're not saying that. We're saying gird up the loins of your mind and understand that, listen, if your father died, what are you going to do then? You're going to be the man of the house? Remember when that was said? Are you ready to be the man of the house? Brother, they ain't asking kids no more because they don't want the kids to be the man of the house. And a lot of these gremlins, they're not ready to be the man of the house, right? But we're raising you to be the man of the house, to be the leader of your people. So know that. Keep that in mind. All right, go ahead.
And Joseph went out from the presence of Pharaoh and went throughout all the land of Egypt. And in the 7 plenteous years, the earth brought forth by handful. And he gathered up all the food of the 7 years, which were in the land of Egypt, and laid up the food in the city, the food of the field, which was round about every city, laid he up in the same. And Joseph gathered corn as the sand of the sea, very much, until he left number, for it was without number. And unto Joseph were born 2 sons, before the years of famine came,
right?
Which Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar, priest of On, bare unto him.
Right.
And Joseph called the name of the firstborn Manasseh. For the Most High said, He hath made me forget all my toil and all my father's house. And the name of the second called he Ephraim.
Wait a minute. So what now? Mingled seeds? Are they castaways? No, because the woman didn't determine our nationality. The seed comes from the man. See, a lot of people, this is why people don't study that says things like that. Like, oh, you're a mingled seed. Like, you're a Hebrew Israelite, brother. You were literally, half of y'all born from concubines. What are you talking about? Right? And then Ephraim and Manasseh is plainly telling you it was from an Egyptian woman. But does that lessen them? No. See, that's why I said people be starting new doctrines and don't know how the effect. It'll start a damn tornado of confusion. You understand? You got to be careful, man. You got to know what the heck you're saying, because it will do more hurt to the people. It will harm the people. And a lot of times, it's out of stupidity. It ain't even biblical. Right? So you be thinking, I'm just going to say something smart, but you actually hurting people more than helping. False prophets, deceivable workers. What?
Moses' wife was
We just went over that before you came in, yeah. His first one was a Midianite, right? And then his second one was an Ethiopian. His first one was a Midianite, right?
Ethiopian.
No. Remember her father-in-law was a Midianite?
He was a general. And that's where he got the prince.
Okay, maybe.
That was the Ethiopian princess. Because they gave.
Are you going for the Josephus? Listen, okay, double check it. I could be wrong on that, but yeah, both of his ribs were, one was Median, one was Ethiopian. Yeah. But did that lessen his line? The tribe of Levi? Nah. Right? The Gershonites. Remember, because his son was Gershon. Right? When you go back, when we always read about in Genesis about the priest, he names his son in there, Gershon. Right? So, just to show y'all that's folly. We know that your identity, your nationality, your lineage is determined by the man. He lays the seed into the ground, and the woman nourishes it, but it comes from that man. Yeah.
And he would have been in the congregation, with those.
Right, and he would have been in the congregation. I'm glad you brought that up.
He got them women, they there.
Right, exactly. And Ephraim and Manasseh is part of the congregation, and all the other tribes are part of it. See, that's why I said if you don't study, you just open up your mouth and say things. Oh, Paul didn't have, Paul wasn't in the spirit. It's like, brother, you literally destroyed the whole Testament, you big dummy. Like, you literally destroy the whole New Testament, like saying stuff like that. But it's almost like, well, you must be a fed, because you're not watching nothing you're saying. If you can disannul what Paul was doing every step of the way, then everything that Paul was written and taught was wrong. Brothers be trying to sound so wise that they wise themselves out of the book of the Most High. Right? You gotta be careful. Study. Why you think I'm careful? Why you think I teach brothers? Listen, if you don't know, put your hand over your mouth, tell them you'll get back to them. That's what the scripture says. Not just because we're gonna run our mouth and say things we don't know. And then if something needs to be corrected, we correct it. Right? If something wasn't clear, we clarify it. Right? Okay, wait a minute. Let me clarify this, because maybe this is how that came out. Let me clarify that. See, because it's not to make our brothers and sisters stumble and get more lost. Right? So we keep things simple and simplify it. Just like I broke down the Hiscos thing, right? I gave y'all all the information why I don't talk about that and bring a lot of that information out, because the discrepancies. You see that? But you got cats that'll drop it, not considering that somebody else is going to find the information and argue with you about it and make it seem like what you were saying is a lie. Now you got what? Somebody second questioning what you said. But if we stick to the book, right? The basics, the simplicity in Christ, they can't question what you said. You see that? So just showing y'all, man, how to stay safe as possible. But I mean, the scriptures tell you, regardless of how much wisdom and basics we drop, they're going to still try to come and defame the word. All right, let's go back. Go ahead.
For the Most High hath caused me to be fruitful in the land of my affliction. In the 7 years of plenteousness that was in the land of Egypt were ended. And the 7 years of Derek began to come, according as Joseph has said. And the Derek was in all the land.
Dearth.
The dearth was in all the land.
Speaking of the affliction, the famine, right? Was that it for him? Okay.
It was Zipporah. That was his first wife.
Median, yeah.
So the Cushite came in, I think his number is 12.
At 12, right? Yeah.
I got it mixed up with it, yeah.
Yeah, kind of. I'm trying to get the Superman one down. You know what I mean? Call it.
Ariel 1, Shabbat Shalom, Yahweh Ban Yashra'ala.
Ariel Shabbat Shalom, Yahweh Ban Yashra'ala. Imagine. Right?
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatam. All right.
So, you're number 5, right? I was going to say we're getting through this, but we still got to get a problem. All right, we getting through this.
That's 3 hours right there.
Nah.
God.
Hey, listen, a lot of information, man. Y'all should be gaining a lot. We're going to have to start doing like other brothers do, right? We have to, all the information that's coming out, charge them to subscribe, right? Nah. We laughed about it. Go ahead.
What verse did you leave off?
Buy the truth, but sell it not.
That's what I just said.
Huh? Yeah, 54.
Verse 54. And 7 years of dearth began to come, according as Joseph had said. And the dark was in all lands. And in all land of Egypt there was bread. And when all the land of Egypt was famished, the people cried to Pharaoh for bread. And Pharaoh said unto all the Egyptians, Go unto Joseph, What he saith to you, do. And the famine was all over the face of the earth. And Joseph opened all the storehouses and sowed unto the Egyptians. And the famine waxed sore in the land of Egypt. And all countries came into Egypt to Joseph.
Check that out. That's all because of one righteous man. Remember what I read said that there be one righteous in the city? Right? One righteous man helped out this heathenistic nation. Check that out. You don't realize that it's you. You're the one. You're the one man. You're the one woman that has an effect on everything around you. Because you got the word. You're the light. You got the wisdom. If we start moving like that and understand that, we will be greater. We will be greater in everything we do. Right? But you got to be great. You got to be the chosen brother, the chosen sister that you are. Go ahead.
For to buy corn, because that famine was so sore in all the lands. Genesis chapter 42. Now when Jacob saw that there was corn in Egypt, Jacob said unto his sons, Why do ye look upon one another? And he said, Behold, I have heard that there is corn in Egypt. Get you down thither, and buy for us from thence, that we may live and not die. And Joseph's 10 brothers went down to buy corn in Egypt.
So you're saying, well, damn, why did the Most High have Jacob and them have things, right? Well, he did. Because the Most High had the supply for him. Remember, he's moving the pieces. Everything is being set up. And we know that retrospect, right? We know the story. But a lot of times you don't know that. But if you still trust in the Most High, he will move the pieces. See? And that's what we're seeing all the way through these stories. That, look, don't panic. Right? The Most High don't deal with a double-minded person. Stay the course. And the Most High will bless you every step of the way. You might stumble, but not into destruction. You might fall, but not into mischief. Y'all get this? Come? Go ahead.
Verse 3. And Joseph's 10 brothers went down to buy corn in Egypt. But Benjamin, Joseph's brother, Jacob, sent not with his brother. For he said, Lest peradventure mischief befall him. And the sons of Israel came to buy corn among those that came. And the famine was in the land of Canaan. And Joseph was the governor over the land. And he.
Now, you know Egyptians and historians refute this, right? Y'all know this, right? See, y'all got to listen to a lot of these historians, man. I told you, get off there TikTok. Get off TikTok, bro. Start subscribing to history. Start subscribing to what's going on in the world today. Go type in your YouTube geopolitics. Subscribe to those channels. You'll start seeing what's going on around the world. You start going into the science of what they're doing. Start subscribing to these things and you'll feed your mind of more what really is happening in our time. Right? But what I was telling you about the archaeological digs, archaeological digs, right? They refute this. They're trying to, remember, they're always trying to prove that the Bible is wrong. And then years later, we found out, oh, that was true. Right? That's what they've been doing for many years. Right? So, go ahead.
And it was that sold to all the people of the land. And Joseph's brethren came and bowed down themselves before him with their faces to the earth. And Joseph saw his brethren, and he knew them, but made himself strange unto them, and spake roughly unto them. And he said unto them.
Now, we're going to find out that at this time, he's messing with them. He's playing with them. Right? Because he wants to see something about them, their integrity. How have these cats grown over the last 13 years? Right? How have they grown up, and what spirit is on them? Go ahead.
Whence come ye? And they said, from the land of Canaan to buy food. And Joseph knew his brethren, but they knew not him. And Joseph remembered the dreams which he had dreamed of them, and said unto them, you are spies to see the nakedness of the land. Ye are come. And they said unto him, nay, my Lord, to buy food are thy servants come. We are all one man's son. We are truly thy servants are no spies. And he spake unto them, nay, but to see the nakedness of the land ye are come. And they said, thy servants are 12 brothers, the son of one man in the land of Canaan. And behold, the youngest is this day with our father, and one is not. This is already showing that integrity. Like, you know what? Let me be real with you.
Yeah. It was going to prove where they were at. Are they are they telling truth, or they're being deceptive? Okay, go ahead.
Verse 14.
Uh-huh.
And Joseph said unto them, that is that I speak unto you,
right?
Saying, you're spies. Hereby ye shall be proved by the light of Pharaoh. Shall ye not go forth hence, except your youngest brother come hither? Send one of you, and let him fetch your brother, that ye shall be kept in prison, that your words may be proved, whether there be any truth in you, or else, by the life of Pharaoh, surely you're spies. And he put them all together inward 3 days. And Joseph said unto them, the third day, this do, and live, for I fear the Most High.
Right. So once again, the Most High is revealing the Israelites, the brothers, right? He's revealing everybody to see if they're going to panic, if they're going to start lying, if they're going to start being deceptive. Go ahead.
Verse 19. If ye be true men, let one of your brethren be bound in the house of your prison. Go ye, carry corn for the family of your houses, and bring your youngest brother unto me. So shall your words be verified, and ye shall not die. And they did so. And they said one to another,
right?
We are verily guilty concerning our brother, in that we saw the anguish of his soul when he besought us, and we would not hear. Where therefore is this distress come upon us? And Reuben answered them, saying, Spake I not unto you, saying, Do not sin against the child? And you would not hear. Therefore, behold, also his blood is required. And they knew not that Joseph understood, for he spake unto them by an interpreter. Verse 24. And he turned himself about from them and wept, and returned to them again, and communed with them, and took them Simeon, and bound him before thine eyes. Then Joseph commanded.
So, do you still got this same spirit on you that where you're not your brother's keeper? Right? That's what this is about. I'm going to take them. Let's see if they just cast them to the dogs and not give a damn about them. Or let's see if they're going to stand up, they're going to be there and deliver their brother. Or are they in the same mode? Right? Go ahead.
Then Joseph commanded to fill their sacks with corn, and to restore every man's money into his sack, and to give them provisions for the way. And thus did he unto them. And they laden their asses with corn, and departed thence. And as one of them opened his sack to give his ass provender, in the end he espied his money, for behold, it was in his sack's mouth. And he said unto his brother, My money is restored. And lo, It is even in my sack. And their heart failed them, and they were afraid, saying one to another, what is this that the Most High hath done unto us? Sure. Verse 29. And they came unto Jacob, their father, unto the land of Canaan, and told him all that befell unto them, saying, the man who is the Lord of the land spake roughly to us, and took us for spies, and spies of the country. And we said unto him, we are true men, we are no spies, but be 12 brethren, sons of our father. One is not, and the youngest is this day with our father in the land of Canaan. And the man, the Lord of the country, said unto us, hereby shall I know that ye are true men. Leave one of your brethren. Leave one of your brethren here with me, and take food to the family of your households, and be gone. And bring your youngest brother unto me. Then shall I know that ye are no spies, but that ye are true men. So will I deliver.
It's all good. I mean, he's already done now. Go ahead.
So will I deliver you, your brother, and ye shall traffic in the land. And it came to pass, as they emptied their sacks, that behold, every man's bundle of money was in his sack. And when both they and their father saw the bundles of money, they were afraid. And Jacob.
Why? Because they were going to look like thieves, right?
God.
Like, where does money come from? Where does money come from?
I told you to buy the food.
Right.
You stole the food.
Right. So, of course, Joseph is messing with them, right? Go ahead.
And Jacob their father said unto them, me have ye bereaved of my children.
Mm-hmm.
Joseph is not, and Simeon is not. And you will take Benjamin away? All these things are against me. And Reuben spake unto his father, saying, slay my two sons, if I bring him not to thee.
Mm-hmm.
Deliver him into my hand, and I will bring to thee again. And he said, my son shall not go down with you, for his brother is dead,
mm-hmm.
and he is left alone. If mischief befall him by the way in which ye go, then shall ye bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave.
Okay. All right. That's that. Any questions on that? No? Okay, we're going to jump over to Ecclesiasticus 13. This is actually going to be quick. It only got 26 verses. Go ahead. 13 and 1.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 13 and verse 1. He that toucheth pit.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a long one. No.
7 o'clock, here we come.
Oh man, this one I'm out. They put me back in. Go ahead.
He that toucheth pit shall be defiled therewith.
See, the scriptures is reminding us, if you touch darkness, if you touch negativity, you're going to get dirty. Right? We know what pitch. First of all, let's start all over. Pitch is what? Pitch is, you ever go on the streets and you see that black tar? Huh? That they lay on the street, they lay over, right? And it looks like it's steaming. That's what pitch is, right? You touch that, what happens? Yeah, it gets all over your hand, and it actually sticks to the ground, right? Imagine touching that, right? The Most High is in parable form showing us that if you touch things that darken you, you will become darkened, right? You got to stay away from negativity. You got to stay away from sin, right? It says, go ahead, read on.
He that toucheth pitch shall be defiled therewith.
Uh-huh.
And he that had fellowship with a proud man shall be like unto him.
Right. See, if you hang around, hold on one second. If you hang around these type of individuals, then what are you going to be? Right? Go to 21. 21 and 2.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 21 verse 2.
Right?
Flee from sin as from the face of a serpent.
And this, I want to get with this first part that we got to understand. If you keep dabbing into negative, it's going to darken you. You got to run. You got to stay away. You cannot occupy yourself with negativity. It will destroy your soul. Right? Go ahead.
For if thou comest too near it,
right,
it will bite thee.
Right, it will what?
Bite thee.
That was Ecclesiasticus what?
21 to 2.
That was you wanted, sis? Huh? That's a precept for 13 and 1. Because it's telling you that the pitch is darkness. The pitch is sin, is negativity. Right? Go back. Oh, I'm sorry. No. Read on.
The teeth thereof are as the teeth of a lion.
Right?
Slaying the souls of men.
Right. And that's what it's showing us, is that you're touching the negative, it's going to destroy your soul. Yeah, you messing with these things, it warps your mind. And it creates your mind to be amazed, and amazed that you trap yourself in that you can't get out of. It's crazy like that. Right? You start coming up with stuff, coming up with ideas. Everybody's against you. Huh? Have you ever dealt with a person that loses it? They're deranged. Right. And they start coming up with all kind of things. And why? They could be doing negative, and that negative will pull them into that mind state. That's why the Most High is like, don't mess with it. Do not play around with negative, with sin, well, whatever wickedness that you're trying to be put into. Go ahead. Come on.
All iniquity is as a two-edged sword.
Oh, what is it?
All iniquity is as a two-edged sword.
Go ahead.
The wounds whereof cannot be healed.
Yeah, you know a two-edged sword? Huh? Basically what goes in, when it comes out, it's going to do more hurt, more pain to you. It's hard to close that wound. And that's what this touching pitch. You touch these things. You think you can play around with them. You think you can play around with negativity, right? Come and smile in brothers and sisters' face and then play one role and then play another role. Man, the Most High rips your soul apart. Or rather, you rip your soul apart. Go ahead.
To terrify and do wrong will waste riches.
Okay, that's it on that. What you got to say?
No, I thought you was wanting me to jump back.
Right. So y'all get that, right? Okay. Jump back. Jump back. 13 and 1.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 13 verse 1. He that toucheth pitch shall be defiled therewith.
Right.
And he that hath fellowship with a proud man shall be like unto him.
Right. You see? So who are you around? Let's go through it. If iron sharpeneth iron, right? And a brother sharpens his brother in righteousness, right? So what happens when you hang around with a proud man? You're going to become more proud, right? Or he's going to destroy you, right? The other one is, go to Proverbs. Go to Proverbs. Let me get it real quick here. It is, 13 and 20. Go ahead.
Proverbs chapter 13 and verse 20.
Uh-huh.
He that walketh with a wise man shall be wise.
Go ahead.
But a companion of fools shall be destroyed.
So, you hang around with the proud, you hang around with the foolish, you're going to be what? Destroyed. Right? We know pride goeth before destruction. So I'm hanging around with a person that don't want to be told nothing. Right? Can't be corrected. Can't be shown the right way. Right? You got to see that the end thereof is destruction. Y'all get this? So the Most High is giving you the warning. Well, what about if my rib is prideful? How long are you going to be able to deal with that pride? Before, as you're telling her not to move a certain way, right? And she's putting your family and your house in predicaments because she never wants to be told nothing. Now, luckily, you as the leader, as the man, can set the tone for the family, right? And you can beseech the Most High and ask that the Most High check her alone. But for the woman, when your man is proud, what then? You can do the same thing. Beseech the Most High and ask the Most High to please show your husband that he's wrong. Put a difference. Yahweh, if I'm wrong, please put a difference between the clean and the unclean and show us. And the Most High will do that. You see that? Remember, everything goes back to what? Integrity. Not to become like the person, right? But to beseech the Most High and put a separation. Your will be done, Yahweh, please. You see that? So you got to watch who you're with, right? That's why we keep, I don't know what it is, but we've been going over it all this whole week. The scripture tells us what? Be not unequally yoked together with unbelievers. Like, why do you think we don't have friends of the world? We ain't hanging around with family members of the world. You know what I mean? Why? Because they're not about this. I'm not going to hang around with fools. Cats that don't want to be told nothing. They don't want to hear nothing. You know what I mean? They don't want to hear nothing. I got family members that know the truth. They don't want to hear they're wrong. They don't want to hear they are. I'm like, cool. In my mind, I'm like, do it your way, please. Because you got to get that butt whooping to see that the Most High is not with you. What you got?
Just on the part where you talk about not being around those individuals.
Yeah, where you at?
Verse 21.
On the same chapter, Proverbs.
Verse 21. He that despiseth his neighbor sinneth.
Proverbs 13:21.
Verse 21. Evil pursueth sinners.
Yeah, because the evil pursues the sinner. And you in the midst of, you hang around that sinner, then you get shot, right? You get robbed, right? You get raped, right? You get drugged. You get all that. And then you get the repercussions that come with it, right? Or you the individual that's pursuing evil, right? And then that sin comes to bite you, right? It comes to bite you in the butt to where now you got to watch out for your life. Because while you in the streets, you're selling drugs and what? You want so-called enemy territory, right? You run around just jumping from man to man, woman to woman. You mess around somebody's special person. This person's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs for the person. The person's not cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs for them. But then they cuckoo enough to jump at you and not even pay attention to the wrong that the person's doing.
Yeah, that's I'm sorry, go ahead. No.
They overlook the deed that the negative the person did, and they jump straight to you. Nah, that was you. It was you. Nah, she just easily influenced.
Right.
Nah, what you was doing over there? What was wrong with you, man?
Right.
Shoot me the fair one.
Right.
Shoot me the fair. Nah. You good, sir? Sit back. Sit in the car. You alright? Oh, bro, what the hell wrong with you, bro? And then they coming at you, and you're like, damn, what the hell? Because you was trying to, oh,
no.
Now you was trying to be like you was trying to be like Adam and Eve. You was trying to hide amongst the trees in the garden because your mind was purging you. Your mind was attacking you. The Most High was hitting your spirit, but then you didn't want to listen to what the Father was trying to say to you.
Oh yeah, I think last time somebody went over that picture verse, man. Y'all, I think somebody was giving an analogy on that about that movie Venom.
Yeah, that movie Venom. Yeah.
I remember that for some reason.
That's true. There you go. That symbiote. You touch that symbiote, it sticks to you. Yeah. Perfect example.
Yeah, and it sticks to you, and then it follows you because you leave those trails. Those trails of all the bad you did. It's just the Most High showing you, you're gonna bear witness to the wrong you did, and you're gonna accept it, and you're gonna correct your life, or it's gonna keep on following you. That little pitch, that little venom will keep on following you. It's gonna keep on sticking and stuff. You're like, yeah, you throwing it out. You wake up in the morning, venom right on you. You're like, I thought I was good. I thought today was gonna be good. It's sunny outside. I thought I was going to the beach, right? But then that pitch is right there, and you're like, damn, huh?
I said, since you've been talking about it, man, I just been thinking about myself, man. I had all the many years, man, of being out there that darkness, man. That's once you start trying to get stuff off you, it's hard. Man. You know, you accumulated all these many years of being in the darkness, then you know you come to a point where you're really trying to switch and change your life is a lot harder.
Right.
To get it up off
Yeah, try to stay close to you.
Now, can I say this though, on that point?
This is why you gotta run to the Most High. See, when you're still double dutching, right, and you're still saying, well, I still got partners from the world that I hang around with, you gotta really separate yourself, because it make a difference between the unclean and the clean. Because if you're still, you can't be like, well, I'm trying to go back. You can't go back when you're still freshly new out of that. You gotta fully show I'm not whooped at. And then come back with your white robes. Like, look, oh damn, you're a different cat. Who the hell are you? That's how it has to be. But a lot of us, we try to, you get a few scriptures, and you're like, damn, I'm gonna bring it back. Bro, you just barely even left the mire. Stay away from it. Evil pursueth sinners. You got to understand, this is what we were telling a brother the other day. AI, did you get involved with that? You know what I mean? He said, well, yeah, I try to walk the brother to the car. I'm like, bad. Why? Because I'm not coming from my mind. It wasn't that I wasn't being brotherly. You got evil pursuing this brother because he wants to run and play games. This is not a game. You can't play Bible, right? You can't play Bible. Like, now, then the brother's getting involved with it, and he's like, you gonna get shot too. What did we read yesterday about an angry man, a deranged man? They lose it on you because you try to be, well, I'm trying to be a brother. But no, the brother's not being a brother. Because he's doing what? Negativity and not snapping out of it and saying, damn, I'm doing these things and it's following me. Right? Instead of saying, damn, let me keep cleaning my mind, cleaning my spirit, getting right with the Most High, it's like, nah, I'm going to play with this. You cannot play with this. I got to understand, man. It's sad. Bro, you know what it reminded me of? We were talking about that moment. It reminded me of the brother that we first met a few years when we got in Houston. No, the brother that got hit by the car. How we met you. And, Jordan, the motorcycle? I forgot about him. He's the one that died on the motorcycle, but the other brother was running across the street on the highway in Houston.
You're talking about
Sorrell, no, that.
Sorrell ran across the street.
Yeah.
He got
The brother told us, AI, this brother keeps running across the highways. We were like, brother, the brother's giving you wisdom. Stop doing it. Stop doing it. He wouldn't listen. He got hit by a damn cop. The dude was young. Cop going, killed him. Yeah, then the other brother, same thing. Motorcycles. These cats, you gotta understand, like, why does it have to be a fatality? Why it have to be somebody's dead for you to be like, yeah, Like, it shouldn't have to go there. It should be a story, a repentant story. Yeah, I was going down that path, but I left off from the pitch, from the darkness, from the sin. Yeah.
Brother, I was talking to my brother last night. He told me, a friend of his, guy was, drunk, and his other friend, they was on FaceTime together. The guy was, yo, man, stop playing with the gun. Stop playing with the gun. And he cocked the hammer back. Man, that shot himself, man. Drunk all up, playing with the gun, shot himself.
But y'all gotta understand, like, stop with the fairy tales. This is not scare tactics. I keep telling y'all. This is reality. We be trying to warn you because when it happens, right, you're gonna be like, damn, too late is too late, y'all. Now, you're dealing with people that been down the road of being punished and getting whooped. Y'all know my story. I don't try to hide it. I got shot. And I wasn't even doing nothing. I was hanging around with dummies. But I knew better. I knew better, and I was the only one that took the bullet. So yeah, I'm not saying it just to like, look, it's the perfect timing. We don't want you to die. We don't want you to be dragged. We don't want you to, like the young brother, we found out he didn't actually lose his leg, but he still can't walk. He got to be rehabilitated, and his body's all jacked up. You know what I mean? You got to think, like, brothers and sisters shouldn't have to go through that. Like, the Most High will take you there, but you want to test, you want to double dutch and play with the Most High. It's not necessary. Don't touch negativity. Stay away from it. Run from it. Right? Yes.
We was in Baton Rouge. You had, I think Lock Rock. You was telling one of the young guys to stop smoking weed, and he was debating with you.
Yeah.
Okay, about a year ago, somebody laced his weed with something else, and he committed suicide. But you had told him when he was in class that day to stop messing with marijuana.
Stop messing with it.
He died with you the whole class.
I'm putting the class together. They make void what the prophets are saying. They make void. It's what? It's a good song. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Until your ass end up in a body bag, then it's like, it's a story now. And then it's a story to the brothers and sisters, right? Oh, get her. It's a story to the brothers and sisters, but it's reality to us. Because we were sitting there with those brothers. And it wasn't a coincidence. It was like literally you did something that brothers told you not to do and you did it anyway. So we're trying to warn. It's on y'all, right? Stay away from these themes, man. All right, let's jump back. Evil pursuing sinners. I love that. Verse 2.
Come.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 2.
Mm-hmm.
Burden not thyself above thy power while thou livest.
It comes back down to these vows and agreements and things you take on, right? The sisters were talking about that. Know what you can deal with. Know what you can burden yourself with. Now, that being said, don't play games either. Like, well, it's too much when you really are single, you ain't got no kids, you ain't doing nothing at home but sitting around. Don't be like, well, it's just so much. You literally ain't doing nothing, right? But you got to know what you can do and make sure you can do that efficiently, right? You know what your calling is, and you know what everything else comes secondary. That's above all. You're supposed to know that. Verse 2?
It's saying putting that, not to put too much on yourself or something like that.
Right. It's telling us, don't put too much on yourself. You can't handle it. But the thing is this. What brothers and sisters do? You'll put all the worldly stuff on you, and you'll put the Most High on the burner, the back burner. You know what I mean? You know what? Brother, the scripture says, man, don't put too much upon myself, you know? I'm doing this, but that's all for the world. But you're going to put the Most High in the back burner? It's not saying that either. What it's saying is know how much you're putting on yourself and what it's going to take away from. You see that? Go ahead.
Burden not thyself above thy power while thou livest, and have no fellowship with one that is mightier and richer than thyself.
Right. Well, remember, this is talking about, let's put all the other verses in there too. It's talking about a wicked rich man, right? Because a righteous rich man ain't going to be in that mode, right? So let's add all the other precepts without me having to go to all of them, right? Don't look at this naive, because then you'll be like, see, I ain't hanging around with nobody that got money. That's narrow-minded and foolish, right? Because it said, make ye friends of the what? Of unrighteousness, right? So now we got two scriptures that are bringing differences, right? That means you got to put them in perspective with the scriptures. It's not saying don't hang around with rich people. It's saying that, look, who got the laws? You hang around with people that ain't got the laws of the Most High. They got money. What are they going to be into? Wickedness, right? And we know the stories, the rapper stories, the movie stories, the Hollywood stories, right? Well, all the things that they're doing, being mighty and having money, right? Go ahead.
For how agree the kettle and the earthen pot together?
Remember, it goes right back to that 1 Corinthians 6, right? Be not unequally yoked together with unbelievers. Can two walk together, lest they be agreed, right? Who are you around? Who are you hanging around with? Who's your kindred, right? Go ahead.
For if the one be smitten against the other,
right,
it shall be broken.
Yeah, you're going to lose. Go ahead.
The rich man had done wrong, and yet he threatened with all.
Yeah, it shows you about, where's my other, hold on a second. I'm going to show y'all real quick. It is the other one I pulled the other day about, you be, hold on. No, like, when you, no, it says, it tells you about if you're wicked and you became rich, and I'm quoting it wrong. I put it the other day too. Let me find it. Like if you, it says, oh man, I'm misquoting it, but if you're wicked and you become rich, right? I gotta find it. You said what? Yeah, I'll find it. Let me find it. Let me think of it. Go ahead.
The rich man had done wrong, and yet he threatened it with all.
Right.
The poor is wrong, and he must entreat also.
You see that? So what is it saying? That, you know, how those roles are switched, right? The wicked right now prosper. The wicked prosper. The wicked get caught up into these things, man, and they don't have the laws of the Most High to defend them and separate them, right? So why would I be around these type of individuals that's pulling me into that? Go ahead.
If thou be for his profit,
right,
he will use thee.
Yeah, man, come on. When you look at these nations, when you look at these politicians, when you look at these rap stars and you hear the stories about the P. Diddy's and all these rappers, what they put in them and binding them to agreements, right? And what do they do with them? In the end, they're like, man, your contract was a slave contract. That's what it's saying. Go ahead.
Come. He will forsake thee.
If
thou have anything, he will live with thee.
Right.
Yea, he will make thee bear and will not be sorry for it.
Right. So the scriptures are telling you about a wicked rich man. Go ahead.
If he have need of thee, he will deceive thee and smile upon thee.
Right.
And put thee in hope. He will speak thee fair and say, what one is thou?
It almost sounds like politicians.
God.
You know what I mean? Like when the politicians want something from us, they say all these, you're going to be free, you're going to be delivered, right? You're going to be, we're going to do all these things for you. But when they get in those positions, they never hold to their word, right? It's all about them. It's all about the opportunity they wanted to get from you. Go ahead.
Okay. And he will shame thee by his meats until...
What does that mean? He will shame thee by his meats. The rappers, every time they come up, what do? They go doo-doo on the small man, right? Oh, your man is broke. He ain't got nothing, right? I got it all. You gonna hang around with that bum, right? They shame you. It's like, bro, you literally just got the contract now. Your car ain't even all paid off, right? And you what? You already shaming the brothers in the hood, right? Riding through the hood because now you got a Lambo, right? Go ahead.
Until he have drawn thee dry.
Right.
Twice or thrice.
Right. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to take advantage of you. They're not trying to bless you, help you. Right. Go ahead.
And at the last, he will laugh thee to scorn.
Right. Go ahead.
Afterward, when he seeth thee, he will forsake thee and shake his head at thee.
Right.
They do that tomorrow all day.
Yeah. And the funny thing is that our people be broke as hell. They be broke as hell, but with the most cockiest, proud attitude. It's like, you don't got nothing. We were talking about the rich, the cat that supposedly got $1 million. It's like, well, I thought you got $1 million, right? But that little money that he don't really even have, he's already what? He makes sure he gets you, use you, take the opportunity, and then what? Toss you to the side. It's all about them. That's why a lot of times, I'm trying to find the scripture. No. The thing is that that's why the Most High don't bless a lot of our people. Because that's how we get. We get greedy, man. The one brother that got the settlement. He got. We go, man. I'm gonna do this for the school, do this for that and that. He get in one class. You don't want to be told, hey, you're smoking. You gotta stop. You thought you was gonna come in class, still smell like cigarettes, and we weren't gonna say nothing. We weren't gonna tell you. So he disappeared.
You want my money? You gonna shut up?
Yeah, he came around. We know he got the settlement, but that don't mean nothing. That don't mean nothing. We're still going to tell you, you got to put these things off. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, I just heard them talking about that example, because it's something I might be dealing with, myself personally, with these rich men, and they try to make it seem like they, really trying to help you, right? And, but they'll help you long as it's, to they benefit. But, when it's a little more long, at the end of the day, you can pretty much feel and see that they all about themselves.
Yeah.
And you figure like you're supposed to be the one with the money, you know what I'm saying? I'm supposed to be the one that ain't got no money.
Right.
But you kind of like you just as broke as I am, I don't be getting it with them dudes. And then he filming poor people.
Laughing at them.
And you gotta help the poor man get them $50 a piece. But that ain't even really enough for no hotel room. The poor man say, yo man, I don't like being on video. But you filming what you're doing, to give the poor man a little bit of money, but you got so much money, give him $500.
Right.
Just $50, Crazy, man.
Yeah.
Just on our people who literally supposedly get a fabulous. Proverbs chapter 28, verse 22. God. Give me a comment, everybody has it. Go ahead.
Proverbs chapter 28, verse 22.
Because our people love to chase the almighty dollar instead of chasing the Most High, right? We always quoted Matthew 6:33. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and His righteousness, right? And all these things will be added unto you, huh? But here's the problem when you're in the truth and you're still trying to look at the world like, oh dang, I need to get it, right? This is the wicked mindset that the Most High is trying to hold you back from. Go ahead.
He that hasteth to be rich hath an evil eye.
Why? Because you're not sparing at what cost it might take to get that dollar. What line will you not cross to get that dollar? You're going to have that evil eye. You're going to develop those evil tendencies. Why? For the almighty dollar. Go ahead.
And considereth not that poverty shall come upon him.
And that's what you got to understand. Because as quick as you try to get it in, the next man who's watching your every move, stick you up and take everything you have. Tom? You put all your trust. Listen, the Most High is so cold-blooded. 2019. Everybody remember that year, 2019? Yeah, everybody put their trust in the money. Everybody stocks and money banks and savings and all the shareholders, and what happened? COVID. Shut you down. Shut him down, shut you down. Come? Yeah, so we gotta make sure we're doing the right thing.
Yeah, man. All right, jump back. I'm trying to find him.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 13 and verse 8.
Mm-hmm.
Beware that thou be not deceived and brought down in thy jollity.
Right.
Verse 9.
Yeah, you laughing, everything's fun, but you're gonna be brought down by this individual. Go ahead.
If thou be invited of a mighty man, withdraw thyself.
Now, you see why you gotta put things in perspective? Because man, you don't know how many brothers, golly, they'll read this and be like, listen, that's a mighty man. Don't hang around with him. That's not what it's saying. We're dealing with wicked individuals. This is talking about wicked individuals. It's not talking about every man that is mighty, every man that is strong, every man that is rich. It's talking about, obviously, if you look what it's saying, this person is wicked in the wrong mind. Y'all get that? Okay, go ahead.
Press thou not upon him. If thou be invited of a mighty man, withdraw thyself, and so much the more will he invite thee. Press thou not upon him, lest thou be put back. Stand not far off, lest thou be forgotten. Affect not to be made equal unto him in talk, and believe not his many words.
Yeah, you weren't supposed to do that anyway. But you see this guy, you see this person that you're dealing with, this person in this mind state. That's why they show you a companion of fools. Sit not at all with wicked men, right? Dissemblers. Get that one for me. It's in Psalms. I was actually going over that the other day. Dissemblers. Yeah, it's let me grab that for you. Yeah. I thought it was the symbols. There you go. There you go. Yep. Go ahead, read that.
Proverbs, Psalms, chapter 26, verse 4. I have not sat with vain persons.
Yeah.
Neither will I go with dissemblers.
Go ahead.
I have hated the congregation of evildoers.
Yeah, I'm not sitting around these cats. Right? You're supposed to not want that around you. Go ahead.
And sit not with the wicked.
And sit not what?
With the wicked.
There you go. I don't know why that keeps coming up, but it keeps coming up. The scriptures keep showing us what? Sit not with wicked men. Separate yourself. Why? Because all you're going to learn is wickedness. And then if you're righteous, it should be vexing you. Right? So that's 26 and what?
4 and 5.
All right, let's jump back.
Verse 11. Affect not to be made equal unto him in talk, and believe not his many words. For with much communication will he tempt thee, and smiling upon thee will get out thy secrets. But cruelly he will lay up thy words, and will not spare to do thee hurt.
Right, because his intentions ain't brotherhood. His intentions ain't help. His intentions are what? To take advantage. Right? That's why we went over it the other day. What did it say? Do good to the godly man. Right? Give not to the sinner, because you got this mind a lot of the rich, wealthy people are in. Funny thing is, a lot of our people are broken in that mind, right? Go ahead.
But cruelly he will lay up thy words, and will not spare to do thee hurt.
Right.
And to put thee in prison.
Right.
Observe and take good heed.
Read.
For thou walkest in peril of thy overthrowing.
Right. And this is what, see, the funny thing is that the scriptures are showing us how not to walk with riotous men. Right? But it tells you the opposite about men of wisdom. It says what? Wear out their doorstep. Right? Be around them. Like, you got to think about it. Who are you trying to be around? Right? What are you trying to entertain? Well, I'm just rolling by my lonely. The scriptures don't say that. You got to choose a side. You got to politic with somebody. You got to talk with somebody. But who are you talking with? Who you feeding off of? Right? Go ahead.
Come. When thou hearest these things, awake in thy sleep. Love the Lord all thy life, and call upon him for thy salvation.
Right.
Every beast loveth his light.
Right. See? Every man shall cleave to his light. Every beast loveth his light. Go ahead.
And every man loveth his neighbor.
Go ahead.
All flesh consorteth according to kind.
Okay, listen. If you want to know yourself, look around. Who you around. Right? You see that? If you're around those things, you got to understand. If you like to be around them, you got to understand. That's you. Stop psyching yourself out. You're around wicked people. You're around people that's doing wicked things. Guess what? You're going to be that. Right? If you're around the gospel, see, when you come around the body, right, and that's in you, you say, well, I'm around the body. I'm trying to get right. Well, then you won't run from the purging. Because that's what happens when you come around and you're still in that mind that the cleansing will be happening. Right? But wicked men ain't going to cleanse you. Wicked women ain't going to tell you. Right? They're going to let you do what you do. Go ahead.
Come. Verse 17. What fellowship hath the wolf with the lamb? So the sinner with the godly.
Right.
What agreement is there between the hyena and a dog? And what peace between the rich and the poor?
Right.
As the wild ass is the lion's prey in the wilderness, so the rich eat up the poor. As the proud hate humility, so that the rich abhor the poor.
Yeah, we're supposed to hate that. We're supposed to hate that. That's like, you get that person that know everything, that don't want to listen, that is literally destroying their life, and you're like trying to tell them, you're like, bro, okay. Right? That's a hateful thing. Pride is hate before God and man, right? Go ahead.
A rich man beginning to fall is held up,
right,
of his friends. But a poor man being down is thrust also away by his friends.
Right. See, showing you the world is backwards. This world is backwards because they think exactly like this. They don't know what true friendship is. They're looking for what? Success, money, and riches. They're not thinking about brotherhood and the essential things that keep the body and nation. How do you know this? Go look at families when somebody leaves an estate to somebody. You got damn families that lose it. Why? Because true love, true friendship, true brotherhood really wasn't a part of that family. They start fighting over everything that's being divided. Right? It's wild, man. Why? Because they never been raised with the right mind. And that's what it's telling you about money, riches, man. bro, reveals. Man, I don't know why can't I find my scripture. It tells you that, like, when a wicked man basically gets money or riches, right? He won't change. It doesn't change him. I'm mad now. Go ahead.
Verse 22.
Right?
When a rich man is fallen, he had many helpers.
Right.
He speaketh things not to be spoken.
Mm-hmm.
And yet men justify it.
Right. Like, he got money, so you want to what? You want to condone that. You want to be his friend. Like the brother was moving with us. Like, okay, you got money, but that's not going to change what you need to be told. Right? We wouldn't even be a true brother or true friend if we puckered our lip because you was going to give a few extra dollars here or there to alms or whatever. Right? So, no, you can't do that. Go ahead.
The poor man slipped.
Right?
And yet they rebuked him.
Yeah, you broke. And guess what? Nobody want to be around you then. It's like, wait a minute, I thought we was buddies. Nah. You ain't got nothing to offer me anyway. Right? Go ahead.
He spake wisely and could have no place.
Right?
And when a rich man speaketh, every man holdeth his tongue. And look, what he saith.
The thing is, as we're going over this, we know better than this. We know it's the wicked. Go to Psalms. Was it 37? Is the wicked that prosper? It's Psalms 37.
No, that's I just had to.
Where is it at? I thought it was. Let me see.
So 73 and 12.
73. Okay, go ahead.
Psalms chapter 37, verse 3.
73. Chapter 73.
Psalm 73.
Chapter 73, verse 12.
Go ahead.
Behold, these are the ungodly who prosper in the world.
See? So that mind, that outlook on wealth, riches, and how you deal with people, that's got to be out of you. Right? That way, when you get a little money, you don't act like you're beyond or better, or now all of a sudden you need to be heard because you got a little money. You got to come through the same way everybody else came through. Right? Money doesn't change your inside, your character, your spirit. Right? You got to change. That's why the Most High said in Timothy's what? Charge the rich. Right? Because why? That they be humble. Right? A lot of people get money out and their pride, it goes through the roof. Go ahead.
They increase in riches. Verily, I have cleansed my heart in vain.
See, and that's what they say. They increase in riches. They'll come back and be like, you know what? What was the point of me doing all this mess? I got money. Right? I cleansed my heart in vain. Jump back.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 13 and verse 23. When a rich man speaketh, every man holdeth his tongue.
Right.
And look, what he saith, they extol it, they extol it to the clouds. But if the poor man speak, they say, what fellow is this? And if he stumble, they will help to overthrow him.
Right. You see? So we know this is a rich, wicked man. Go ahead.
Riches are good unto him that hath no sin.
There it is. What?
Riches are good unto him that hath no sin.
Right.
And poverty is evil in the mouth of the ungodly.
Check that out. Riches are good to him that have no sin. Right? Why a lot of people don't get it? Most are like, look, you a demon now. I give you $1 million, bruh. You doing this for 30 grand. I give you $1 million, you really won't show up. Like, how do I keep this guy humble? Let me strip everything from him. Right? You got to think about it. Look at Israel. We broke and still prideful, right? We still think we got an opinion, and you ain't got nothing. Because you think that's your comfort. You look to that instead of the Most High. So, yeah. Eve. Go ahead.
Verse 25. The heart of a man changeth his countenance.
Right.
Whether it be for good or evil.
Yeah. Obviously, a man's mind can change his demeanor, and you can show you can see what's he dealing with. Right. The eyes are the windows of the soul. Right. What's your demeanor, your countenance, your spirit? It's going to change. Like, what are you meditating on? Right? Go ahead.
Whether it be for good or evil.
Uh-huh.
And a merry heart.
Right. This is why you got to keep a merry heart to the brothers and sisters. Right? Optimism. You can't be pessimistic. You know what I mean? Always being what? Negative with everything. You got to have a merry mind. Right? Go ahead.
A merry heart.
Uh-huh.
Make it a cheerful countenance.
Yeah, make it a cheerful countenance. You're going to make, oh man, that brother got a good spirit. That sister got a good spirit on her. Why? Because she ain't looking at the world with through doom and gloom, everything. Right? You gotta have understanding. Well, we don't look at the world that way because we understand. Right? Something bad happens. We have to say, okay, well, the Most High is controlling things. Well, let me look at myself. So I'm starting to see things more clearly as opposed to with no faith, no hope. Right? Then you have what? You have a negative outlook on everything. Right? To the pure, all things are pure, but him that is defiled, nothing is pure. Even his conscience is defiled. If his conscience is defiled, then his what? His countenance is defiled. You will see him black, dark. And when we mean black, meaning what? Dark countenance. Right? Negativity, negative vibe. Right? Go ahead.
A cheerful countenance is a token of a heart that is in prosperity.
Go ahead.
And the finding out of parables is a wearisome labor of the mind.
Listen, read that again.
A cheerful countenance is a token of a heart that is in prosperity.
Right. A cheerful heart is a token. See, you got to think about what is cheering you, what is keep you. Remember that? That's in the Bible too. Being joyful. Right? I know it says it's better to dwell in the house of the morning. What that is saying is not that you got to walk around mourning all the time. That's not what that means either. Like, well, brother, it says a wise man scarcely smiles. Right, because what is it saying? That he's always sad? He's a sad puppy? No. She's a sad puppy? No, it's saying this man is in the serious. He's serious when it comes to life and things of that nature. But now you see the balance here? The cheerful countenance, a right mind, right? But the second point is what I was saying. Go ahead.
And the finding out of parables is a wearisome labor of the mind.
See, the finding out of reading parables is a wearisome mind. That's why when you get in the book, if you haven't practiced how to study, what do? You fall asleep. You get tired. You get bored. You get what? I want to get up, move around. I want to do all these things because it's weariness of the mind. So you got to tap into the spirit and understand how to love the work, the study, right?
Like
you're
saying the labor part of all, all the techniques you're saying. Is it's unavoidable.
Yeah.
For you to get the parable, when you get the sense of the parable, that's unavoidable for you to have to. You have to go to the part where like, what is it saying?
Yeah.
You have to.
Let me flip through the precepts. Let me look up these words.
Yeah.
Right?
It builds a deeper connection.
Yeah.
So it's unavoidable. Like
it's not saying it in a negative way.
No.
This is saying it takes work.
Yeah.
Right? Like it says, much studiness is a weariness of flesh, right? Go get that one real quick. Ecclesiastes, right? Where you gonna put that? Go ahead, where is it at?
It's chapter 12.
Go ahead. 12 and 12.
Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 12.
Ecclesiastes. Ecclesiastes. Say it.
Ecclesiastes.
Don't worry about it. Go ahead. We get it. Go ahead.
Chapter 12, verse 12.
Uh-huh.
And further by these, my son,
Yeah.
be admonished, and of making many
No. Read it right. Read it clear. Come on.
And further by these, my son, be admonished, of making many books.
Uh-huh.
There is no end.
Right.
And much studying is a weariness of the flesh.
See, much study, this is weird in the flesh. What that's saying is that when you get in this book, yeah, it's going to be wearisome. Because you work in that mind. You work in that spirit. Right? So that's when you get the good studies. When you like, ooh, let me go get a sandwich. Come back. Right?
Oh, kind.
Yeah, you get hungry.
You
Yeah.
didn't realize you was hungry.
It's like love making. Right? You're like, man, this is, dang, I ain't found that parable. And then you walk off, you go get the sandwich, and you meditating on that parable. Like, damn, that's dope. Right? I was reading something the other day, I was like, told my rib, I stopped, I was like, man, it's funny, no matter how many times you read, there's something you find that you felt like you haven't read it before. You're like, this is beautiful. Right? Because I like it because it keeps your mind, it reminds me that you don't know everything. No matter how long you've been in the truth, don't act like you know everything. That's one thing that reminds me. And then at the same time, it reminds me the spirit, there's always growth. Like Kwazaba was saying the other day, they told him like, bro, every time you go over these topics, there's a different layer that comes out. Because that's the growth in studying. Like, think about how many variations of topics we go over. Like, you could go over pride, right? Well, what about pride, right? You want to talk about the pride of Esau? The pride of your heart? How pride brings you low, right? The pride that why the Most High is going to bring down the nation because of their pride? How Satan had pride, right? Like, you get like all these variations, and then you're constantly peeling back the layers. But that's through the weariness. That's through the studying and getting in the book to where it's no longer boring. It becomes, oh, damn, enlightening. Yeah. It's like, oh, this is beautiful. All right. Y'all got any questions on that? La? Can I get a strong la? La! There you go. Like, I want to get out of here, la. La! Yeah.
It just clicked with everything you were saying. So you kept saying how like we keep going over this whole week. Be unequally yoked. Separate yourself from individuals that's in the world. It just clicked with this last part. It was like you're supposed to be getting like the parable. You're supposed to be trying to get your head locked into the parables.
Right.
All the things that you entertain, your family members that don't care about the truth, all the friends and the things that you entertain and engage in. You're supposed to be getting weary in the labor of the mind. Like, you're supposed to be lost in his parables.
Yeah, forget the rich man.
Yeah.
Get in the book.
Yeah, you looking at the prosperity of the wicked. Like, you're supposed to be getting finding out the parables. Get the understanding.
Yeah, man, what's that scripture about, when Jesus much leisure time?
38. Please have 38. Yeah. Yep.
I gotta add one with that.
Ecclesiasticus 38.
Read that one first.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 38, verse 24. The wisdom of a learned man cometh by opportunity of leisure.
Right. Oh,
no. Go, sir. What?
You keep.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Read that again.
The wisdom of a learned man cometh by opportunity of leisure.
Opportunity of leisure. You find time. You might have a busy schedule, but you have to find time in that busy schedule. Because there's always a moment where you can get at least a 10-minute, a 5-minute, a 30-minute. Like, you might be driving in your car, audio Bible. Right? Like, the whole morning from the time I fell asleep to the time I woke up, I kept replaying Genesis 38, 39, 40, 41, 42.
I kept replaying. Just kept on replaying. You find a moment to just get yourself to take in some wisdom and knowledge of the Most High. You find that moment. You sit down, maybe 10 minutes when you wake up. You might wake up an hour early before you have to go to work or get dressed. You open up your book, you sit there, you read. So you're just finding those different moments, so.
Go to Ecclesiasticus 4, verse 20.
Just to edify.
Re-edify?
No,
Is that the case you want to get that?
No. To add on, my bad. Because, no, I can attest to that because it says the wisdom of a learned man, right? The things that you know to apply comes through the free time. What are you doing with your free time? Like I made it a routine when I get up in the morning. I check my text message to see if I got anything from Kazak or Shaquat, and then I turn on the audio. I hit the audio until I get to the mall, until I get to work, right? And through that, as you're listening to it, it puts this picture in your head. You're there, and then it's like a song that plays in your mind, and it gives you more understanding when you hear it again and again and again. Like I realize doing it so much now, like Busta Rhymes, Twisted, you know what I mean? Those are my rappers. You know what I mean? Do or Die, all of them, right? Cameron, Dipset, Jim Jones, right? Lil Wayne, Carter 1, 2, and 3. I can honestly say I barely remember their lyrics. And I was like, I love Twisted. You know what I mean? Adrenaline Rush, ooh. You know what I mean? But I can't remember any of their lyrics. Why? Because I'm filling my mind, my learned time, my leisure time, is all scriptures. So if I hear like, thou shalt, I'm like, ooh, thou shalt, that's in Matthews. No, that's in Proverbs. No, that's in Ecclesiasticus. You know what? Go to Zephaniah. That's where my lyrics are coming from now. In that free time, that's where you get the wisdom. And then when you get that wisdom, that's the application of the knowledge, right? You're applying what you know. That's why if you want to look at what you do in your actions, your lifestyle is because it's based off of what you know, which is what? It's not enough of the work.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, you basically you put yourself in a battlefield. Because as I was going over the Joseph story, I was putting myself in the and when I say battlefield, I mean like in Joseph's space, like the 30 years, the 17, you're young, you put yourself in that space and be like, how can I, where in his life can I pull from and be like, okay, I need to be better at this. I don't do this enough. I don't do that. I got to do this. Or okay, I do that to some degree, but I need to do that better. Oh dang, how did he handle it like that? Damn, why did he do it? Oh wow, what the. Dang, I suck.
That's the meditation part.
And just on that, because I was coming to class and I was listening to it. I've been listening to it the whole week, truthfully. But you know what it did? It made me dawn like, damn, this is like a light shadow figure of Yahushua. Right? How? Check this out. So the Most High would be Pharaoh, and then what did he do? He gave, like it said in Daniel's. He gave him dominion, right? And he put the cape and he put the crown on his head. Now everybody in the land, when it's barren, comes to Yahushua because he's the light.
So let me be clear. You're saying how you were meditating on it, how you right. Not saying that's the understanding.
No. Right.
What he's saying is like this is how you're receiving all this, and you're like playing this in your mind to make the story more relevant to you for us to see. And that's part of meditation, like meditating on these things and thinking on them. Then we just went over it earlier. Then your mind would be occupied. The scourges and the thoughts would be there. A lot of times, what is it? I know now when kids say nothing. Kids say nothing. People literally think on nothing. There's nothing in that space of thought. What are you thinking on? I'm just literally nothing's in my head. I'm going about my day from whatever I'm doing to whatever I'm doing, and there's nothing filling that. And that's a bad place. We got to have something always filling our mind. It should be the Most High. You know, and I know you're thinking like, it sounds religious. It literally does. It's not religious. It's true. Like the Most High, if you're meditating on the precepts, you're meditating on what is needed for your family, your house, brothers, sisters, and or like what you need to be working on. If you're meditating on those things, you're actually going through the precepts. Or, damn, I gotta look that up. I don't know where that is. So look, I'm literally filling my mind with the subject of the Bible. And everywhere I'm having to go with the subject of the Bible. So it's like a train. We are always trying to train ourselves to get better. Because none of us daily is thinking and meditating on the Spirit from beginning to end. Right? But we're training ourselves. Right? But read that last one. 4 and 20.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 4 verse 20. Observe the opportunity.
So the opportunity, you got to know when you got the opportunity. This is what we try to tell single brothers. Single brothers. Like, you got the opportunity now. We get in these situations where you want to complain about the work and the truth after you were single for 5 years. But now that you got a rib and it's like you're trying to play catch up. You got a rib and kids. You had the opportunity. You could have been studied up, your soldiership, your officership. But the problem is that you take it for granted the moment you're in. Take the opportunity now, study, get all the tools and utensils. That way when you get more busy, you can say, damn, I'm glad I prepared for this time. Because it's harder with us that got kids and family and all these things. You got more work. It doesn't say, all of a sudden that husband now, he doesn't have time to study. No, you do. But it's going to be after you finish everything with everybody else. Right? It's going to be after class. It's going to be after counseling. It's going to be after dealing with your rib, dealing with your kids. Then you can come back, 12 o'clock at night and be able to sit down and say, okay, let me make sure I'm studying and taking this opportunity in time. Right? I had to do it when what? You sit there with the ribs and then you're watching, side watching a movie. I'm over here like, you know what? I'm reading. Getting that in my mind. So you gotta observe the opportunity. Don't complain that you don't have the opportunity. Take the opportunity. Cut out some of the madness that you're doing and get in the book. Right? Now put the timer on your thing. How much time you taking on Facebook? That's when you should have been studying. How many times you on TikTok? That's what you should have been studying. You gotta block us on Facebook. Y'all know that. You know that every time we pop up, I don't pop up on Facebook a lot. But when I do get a message from Facebook, I'll open it up. And if I see your face there all the time, I'm saying, this brother ain't studying. This sister ain't studying. You're always on Facebook posting something. But now we see why your spirit's not locked in. Because you're not using your time properly. Right? So that's it on that. Unless somebody has any question online or in here, we're going to go ahead and finish up with the prayers. Anything? Nothing? Okay. All right. Well, I might as well find out. While we're waiting, remember, brothers and sisters, Sunday starts Hanukkah. All right? We're going to be doing the feast day. Kids are getting turned up. Sunday. So we're going to be getting together tomorrow for the feast day. I think we're hosting the first day. So there it is. Yep. She didn't worry. All right. Passover. Get it in. Oh, let me say this. My rib looked at the list of the Passover and garments. And she said, VA got to start getting their money in. Come on, y'all. Y'all can't put this off. Get your money in for your garments, please. Come. So they can, remember, they got money, but they're not going to be able to finish it until we get it in. So they order some things. They got to order more things. They got to get it in, all the stuff in. But you got to pay. We got to get our garment money in. So just a reminder, get your garment money in so the sisters can do their work and get on these garments early. All right? Yeah. Yeah, you on the list. Yeah, you on the list. You know what I mean? Huh? Yeah.
You might want to take that one off the list.
Okay. Well, off the list. Done. Right? Oh. Barakatay Hawa. Barakatay Hawa Shah. The way Hawa for this Sabbath, this day, this rest. We thank you for your peace. Remove from us negative people, envy, malice, strife. Please remove Satan away from us, from around us. Please, Yahweh, put your spirit on the brothers and the sisters that desire thy work, that desire thy will, and strengthen them, fortify them, bless them, watch over them, protect them. Please, Yahweh, bless us with faith, patience, kindness, long-suffering, endeavoring to keep unity in the bond of peace. Please, Yahweh, remove doubt, fear, anguish, pain of the body, mind, and spirit far away from us, and bless us with righteousness. Bahashem Yahushua. Come quickly, Yahweh. Deliver us, Yahweh. Save us, Yahweh, from this wicked and forward generation. Bahashem Yahushua. We pray. Barakatay Yahweh. Bahashem Yahushua. Hawa Natalanawa. Ha Tabara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatay Yahweh. Bahashem Yahushua. Hawa Natalanawa. A war. La Ra'ah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Barakatay Yahweh. Bahashem Yahushua. Hawa Natalanawa. Ha'ayo. Korah. La Korah. Ha'ain.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatay Yahweh. Bahashem Yahushua. Hawa Natalanawa. Shaman. Zayah. Lamashaf. Yasha'ala.
Blessed are you, Yahweh. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And as always, if you want to get anointed, we do that after class. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto Yahweh and to sing praises unto his name. O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night upon an instrument of 10 strings, upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Yahweh, has made me glad. Through thy work, I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doeth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring up as grass, and all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, are most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Yahweh, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall shall be scattered. But our horn shall thou exalt. Like the horn of a unicorn. We shall be anointed with fresh oil. My eye also shall see my desire, and my enemies, and my ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against us. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like the cedar of Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh shall flourish in the courts of the Most High. They shall bring forth fruit in their old age. They shall be fat and flourishing to show that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. Bahasham Yahweh. Tawada. Gamya. Aman. This is Psalms 133. Shayar, Hamalawa, Ladawad, Hamna, Matawa, Wama, Na'ayam, Shabbat, Akim, Gam, Yechad, Kashaman, Hatawa, Ayo, Haraash, Yerah, Ayo, Zakwan, Ahawan, Shayirah, Alpanya, Malawathiwa, Katol, Karawan, Shayirah, Ayo, Hariyah, Tazayawan, Kaya, Shum, Tazawa, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayayam, Ay, Haywalam, Aman.
This is Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Bahashem Yahushua. Bahashem Yahushua. The water. The miyad. Amen. All right, circle up.
Call it. Akim, Imagine, Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahushua.
Kumasa.
What's up with? Yeah, turn the faces. What happened to the? What happened? What happened? What happened to the Kwam Yashala, guys? All right, go ahead.
Salute out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel. Imagine, Barak.
Yahweh Dismiss. Shalom to everybody online.
Shalom!
We'll see y'all after the feast day. Love y'all. All right.